pushing out, elbowing out all the well-meaning leaders who have nothing but goodwill for the Indian National Congress. I think this letter speaks loudly the sentiments of many thousands and lakhs of well-meaning Congress workers, well-meaning Congress leaders who are troubled by this Darbari culture. The top leadership of the Indian National Congress now will have a clear choice, or rather will have to make a clear choice, whether to ensure that Indian National Congress remains a political party, or whether it is now only a adda of these sycophants and darbaris. The truth of the matter is, people of India have the trust deficit between people of India and Indian National Congress is growing day by day. The fact is that it pains many young people like me, many senior people, many middle-aged people, that now Congress is being given on for management and franchise, and Congress का ठेका दे दिया है इन दरबारियों को.
We have read the letter of very senior veteran Congress leader Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad ji that has been released to the media. It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP on issues of महंगाई, on issues of berozgari, and on issues of polarization. So at a time when every congressman and every congresswoman is involved in ensuring that the Mengai Par Halla Bol rally will be a success, and every congressman and congresswoman wants to be a Bharat Yatri, wants to walk along with Shri Rahul Gandhi ji on this 3,500 kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time we have had to read this letter that has been released to the press.
That was the first Congress party reaction. We also had Ashwini Kumar of the Congress, who quit from the Congress recently. He also spoke to Republic TV. We'll play out some of those responses. Let me go across to Anuj as well on the broadcast, getting in more breaking news that more leaders could now be resigning from the Congress party. He has also hinted at launching his own party. Anuj.
Well, Niranjan, that's something what we have been told, because this is the biggest setback for the Congress party. I'm reporting from the residence of Ghulam Nabi Azad. We have seen several leaders coming in and meeting Ghulam Nabi Azad, but the latest what we have been told and the latest what we are breaking at this point in time is that this is not limited to Ghulam Nabi Azad. As we have seen in the letter what has been written by Ghulam Nabi Azad, and this is not the view of Ghulam Nabi Azad only, but there are many more leaders from Jammu and Kashmir itself. As we do know, at this point in time when we are talking, there is a key meet, there is an important meeting which is going on in Jammu itself, where the Congress party leaders of the Jammu Congress is also meeting. So what we have been told, this is not going to limited to Ghulam Nabi Azad, but the more leaders are there in pipeline who can resign from the Congress party. So this is again going to be more trouble for the Congress party if more leaders resign. But this is the biggest setback, one of the biggest setback, when Ghulam Nabi Azad, the tallness of the leader is not hidden from anyone, and the leadership of the Congress party is also shocked by this particular decision. But on the other hand, we are seeing the reaction of the Congress party, as we have seen the press conference of the Congress party where Jairam Ramesh and Ajay Makhan was there criticizing the move and criticizing the move of Ghulam Nabi Azad, making it clear and out in the media, releasing the letter, the resignation letter, where he has mentioned everything what has been happening from the last years. He has been in the Congress party. On the other hand, he has also mentioned how Rahul Gandhi has misbehaved with the senior Congress leader. On the other hand,
PC Chako on the phone line. PC Chako on the phone line. Let me try and go across to him. A former Congress leader, also resigned. Mr. Chako. Mr. Chako, Mr. Azad, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is extremely scathing. He's gone on to detail what was plaguing the Congress from the year 2012, 2013 almost, sir. Do you agree with the letter? Have you read the letter?
Yes, I have gone through.
What are your thoughts on the letter, Mr. Chako?
In fact, this is something which was expected, Last many months, Ghulam Nabi Azad and many of his close colleagues were facing a kind of humiliation. So this was expected any time. Ghulam Nabi Azad is a person who rose to the leadership of the Congress through the student and youth movement. He was General Secretary of the Congress in every state of India at one time or the other. He was handled almost all the portfolios in the government of India as minister, Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir. Such a senior leader, I know the inside information because I was also with them for a long time. When he was leader of the Rajya Sabha, he did not get time even to discuss with the party president Sonia Gandhi. That was the humiliation Ghulam Nabi Azad was facing, and many other people also. We were all, suggesting ways and means how we can revive the party, how we can do a collective leadership. But Rahul Gandhi was never responding to that. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka and Sonia. Other than these three people, nobody is relevant in that party. When objections, when some opinions were expressed, Kapil Sibil, everybody was attacking him. After that, many things happened. Whoever is opposing the Rahul Gandhi's line in the Congress party, they were, opposed by everybody. So a group of, his supporters who do not have much say in the Congress, they were only controlling this party. And Rahul Gandhi was never consistent. How long Congress is position presidency is lying vacant? The only reason is that Rahul is not ready to take responsibility. So the unfortunate thing is that the Congress are going down day by day. The responsibility is not with anybody else, but is with Rahul Gandhi only. Even Sonia Gandhi is also president for 9 states. Rahul and his coterie, they used to decide everything. And even openly he said many times that those who want to leave the party can leave. I do not think that, Rahul has got a vision. What should Congress do tomorrow? 24 is only 1.5 years away. To unite the parties, anti-BJP parties or non-BJP parties in India, there is a role the Congress can play. But they never ever thought of such a serious political move. Today, Ghulam Nabi Azad is one person who has got excellent relations with every political leader, non-BJP leader in the whole country. But he is never, his services were used. So Congress leadership under Rahul Gandhi is destroying that party, and the fall of that party is very, very imminent. Whatever little bit is remaining also will collapse, because this is not the last resignation. In the days to come, Anand Sharma resigned from the chairmanship of the election committee in Himachal Pradesh. There is no telephone call to him, at least take people into confidence and discuss. And what is our problem? Nobody is trying to understand the problem or difference of opinion expressed by leaders. So slowly, Congress is, digging its grave, and the responsibility you cannot attribute it with any other party leadership, other party or anybody. They themselves are doing this job of finishing Congress. And this is only an indication. And most unfortunate, one can only sympathize with the Congress leaders.
So you have also mentioned this Coterie, something interesting that you have mentioned, because here he has said, and this Coterie, the word Coterie has been used for over 8 to 9 years, which is also the timeline that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is talking about. He says in his letter that the Coterie attacked senior leaders, the Coterie took all the decisions. He said in some cases, the Coterie included his PAs and his security guards, and how they were used to even attack senior leaders and launch social media campaigns against them, and how they almost run down the entire party. So do you agree with all of these observations that this Coterie, so-called Coterie, which has never fought an election, which does not have any political experience, has been calling the shots?
Yeah, that is exactly the situation of Congress. This so-called Coterie, having no experience in politics and very small people, in whose company Rahul is very comfortable. Rahul is not comfortable in the company of the senior Congress leaders, experienced Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders. Rahul is not comfortable with them. Rahul is comfortable only with these small people who are around him. They cannot give a leadership an idea to revive the Congress party. So that is the real problem the Congress party is facing. So the people who do not, faceless people, who are only Rahul's, scheme, those who implement Rahul's scheme, such people cannot save the Congress party. So they are now, Sonia is also only for namesake a person. Decisions are taken by Rahul. Rahul is taking a decision in a peaceful way. He does not have an idea, a vision for the survival of the party.
Yes.
He never have a vision for the revival of the party. So
Mr. Chacko, Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, because your old colleague, Mr. Chacko, Mr. Sunil Jakhar, is also on the phone line. Can I request you to please wait and listen to him, because it would be a fantastic experience also for our viewers to hear from both you veteran political leaders before any political affiliations. Mr. Sunil Jakhar, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. You just heard what Mr. Chacko was saying there. This letter, sir, this letter is scathing, but it is also filled with facts. He has spoken about how periodically and over a period of time, series of meetings, series of decisions, series of revival ideas that were mooted, scripted, continue to remain in the storerooms of the AICC. Very strongly worded. Can I get your response to that, Mr. Jakhar?
But I can say no, I haven't heard Mr. Chacko because the lines were not clear. But what I can comment is that Congress had it coming. I think they had plenty of warning signs, but I really think that they refused to read the writing on the wall. The coterie of sycophants, which Mr. Azad has mentioned in his letter, I think that has been the mainstay of the undoing of Congress. And not taking timely steps when they were required, ignoring one after another a warning sign which had all there for everybody to see. But it's unfortunate, not because it's my party with whom I had spent 50 years before parting ways a couple of months ago, but I believe a strong opposition is required in a democracy. And I have no compunction today in saying that this is the beginning of the end. With such a senior leader parting ways in such a manner, in such a unpleasant manner, I would say, to say the least, this itself should make everybody sit up and take note.
Some very, very big breaking news update. I don't know whether you're aware of this, but I've just been told that all G23 leaders will be meeting Mr. Azad in the national capital, senior leaders, and even Mr. Azad in this letter has pointed out in page number 5, Mr. Jakhar, that his party colleagues, like-minded with him, will be forming an endeavor outside of the Congress party. So you mentioned towards the end of your conversation just now that it could be the beginning of the end. Do you see a parallel outfit perhaps? Can I get your view on that? Do you think he's going to launch a new party?
I don't think so, because what I have known about the statement of Ms. Azad is that they will carry forward the ideas which they have achieved through their adult life. But to form a party at this juncture, I don't know how far politically practical this idea is. But yes, there are really a lot of seasoned politicians there who have had their reservations about the functioning in the party. But they are capable of doing it, but it will need a lot of time and effort to put together a new outfit all of a sudden. But what really worries me is that such a senior leader, whatever differences may have been between me and the other leaders or with the party leadership, but even as recent as on our Independence Day, 15th August, I don't know whether many people noticed that who hoisted the flag at Congress headquarters in Delhi on Akbar Road. It was,
Yeah.
I would say, the cheerleader of the gang of the cheerleaders. It was, I think, somebody who doesn't deserve to be in Congress. He was asked to hoist the flag at the national headquarters of the Congress party. And I think
Yeah.
that has really raised the hackles of Azad Sahab, because he is the senior most sitting PWC member in this Congress party. And they
Yeah.
chose Ambika Soni to hoist the flag. I think this really rattled him. And I think it really raised, I spoke to a lot of senior people and they were really amazed or shocked, what to say, that they were really shocked that the Congress High Command could choose such a person who has undone the Congress in Punjab, and she has done whatever damage she could do to the party. And she could be asked to hoist the flag. I think this was the last, this on the straw on the camel's back.
Well, absolutely. Sir, I think Mr. Chako is listening to you. Mr. Chako, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, can I get you to respond to what Mr. Jakhar said? Do you think they will form a, because we are hearing more resignations are likely, so if you can respond to that.
Sure. In fact, what Mr. Sunil Jakhar said is exactly the situation within the Congress. In fact, Mr. Sunil Jakhar is a person who led the Congress party in Punjab through very difficult situations, Such people, a second generation Congress leader who contributed so much to the party in Punjab, how he was handled during his the time when he was the PCC president, I am a direct witness to that. Because such people are not taken seriously by the party high command. That has been always the style of Congress party after Sonia Gandhi took over. Whatever is convenient to them, only they will take. Even a minor inconvenience, they will take a negative stand towards such people. So this started there for a long time. But now the situation is that this G23, they could have, at the time when they formed that G23, they could have formed another political party. But they are all, in their heart of hearts, they are Congress. They are committed to Congress. They want to revive the Congress. So they tried their best remaining within the Congress and see that the leadership can be corrected. When they failed it completely, now Mr. Azad has taken a decision. Many will follow. But when what can be the course of action? There has to be a course of action that all these people should get together. And the real Congress should emerge. This handful of people who are leading the party now, they are not the real Congress. So there has to be an alternate arrangement within the Congress. They can join hands with other political parties. We all should get ready for 24, the big fight in 24. And I'm sure that this group should not wither away. One by one, people should not, leaders should not go away after a statement. They should join together. It's not an easy thing, but they should come together, join together. And there are like-minded people in all the parties, in many parties all over India. And Ghulam Nabi Azad is a person who knows one-to-one all the important leaders all over India. He can definitely coordinate them, and there can be a better coordination against the BJP than what the Congress is doing.
Absolutely. At this point, sir, both Mr. Sunil Jakhar and Mr. Chako Really appreciate both of you, very senior leaders, for speaking to Republic TV. Thank you for your time and patience for speaking to us today. It's very important, I think, what both of you have said. Both of you have spent decades in the Congress party, both Mr. Chako and Sunil Jakhar. Thank you for speaking to Republic. And you just heard very, very senior leaders. Khushbu Sundar is also joining us on the phone line. Now in the BJP, another former Congress leader. Khushbu has also spent several years and she also knows what exactly is the problem. Khushbu, what the entire country has been witness to has been detailed in this 5-page letter that I have in my hand. And it's a very, very scathing letter, Khushbu. Speaks about a coterie, speaks about sycophants, speaks about people who are inexperienced, who are used to launch a vicious attack on senior leaders and leaders who've spent decades in the Congress party. In the case of Azad, half a century.
Exactly. I'm not surprised at the kind of letter Azad Saab has written, because his experience and his association with the Congress has been for more than 50 years. And if somebody like Azad Saab actually opens out and speaks this way, it shows the kind of work what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been doing. He's very clearly blamed Mr. Rahul Gandhi for the dismay in a way the Congress is today. I was there for almost 7 years and I walked out because I could figure it out that nothing can be done with this party. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is surrounded by a bunch of people who feed him with lies, who inflate his ego without telling him the ground realities. And that is where the problem is. For a person like me who was there for 7 years, and if I could feel the pinch, and if I could feel the pain, and I could feel being completely suffocated, I can imagine what Ghulam Nabi would have gone through in the last 50 years. He's been there right from the time of Indira Gandhi ji, then Rajiv ji and Sonia ji, and now Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So, it's not easy for people to survive in the kind of atmosphere what Congress is giving today. Whatever people say, I have utmost respect for Ghulam Saab, and I really, really appreciate that he's taken a stance of stepping out of place where he is not respected. He should be respected not for his age, but for his service towards the party.
Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Khushbu Sundar also spent many years in the Congress party, also talking about this coterie and how Rahul Gandhi, they've blamed Rahul Gandhi. Himanta Biswa Sarma, another Congress leader, now the Chief Minister of Assam with the BJP now. Himanta Biswa Sarma speaking on this exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad. Let's listen in.
I think there are no official survey. According to me, most of the students wants to be doctor and engineer. Because I have interacted with many students, they even doesn't know where they are studying. I think that is why you will see there are many students who are, after studying madrasa, they are coming back to general medium, general schools. And Assam police has not conducted any survey officially.
Sir, the AAP has commented on the school infrastructure of the state.
देखिए, ये एक आम आदमी पार्टी का दिल्ली सरकार का क्या हो गया है वही जानते हैं. दिल्ली इज ए म्यूनिसिपैलिटी and a capital of India right from Mughal Empire. वो लोग 1200 स्कूल चलाता है, 15-16 लाख बच्चा उसमें पढ़ता है, लेकिन हम लोग कहाँ स्कूल चलाता हो? नॉर्थ कसर हिल्स, कार्बी आलंग, रिवराइन एरिया, जहाँ तक आज तक कोई लाइट भी नहीं गया है. तो हम डील करता हूँ विथ ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 1 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स, 50-60 हज़ार स्कूल. तो एक म्यूनिसिपैलिटी और स्टेट का कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं होता है. अगर असम का पास
Okay, so Himanta Biswa Sarma speaking about several issues. We'll play out that soundbite again. He's speaking about several issues and also has commented about Ghulam Nabi Azad there. The Congress party, Jairam Ramesh spoke a few minutes back. The Congress party seems to be upset about the leak of the letter. And Ashwini Kumar of also former Congress, they can almost be another party called the former Congress because there are so many senior leaders. So many senior leaders. You heard Sunil Jakhar, you heard PC Chako, Kapil Sibal, senior Congress, former Amrinder Singh, former Congress. Himanta Biswa Sarma's bite. Let's listen in once again where he speaks about Ghulam Nabi Azad. Let's listen in.
If you read the Ghulam Nabi Azad letter and the letter I wrote in 2015, you will get lot of similarity. The problem is in the Congress party is that everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is an immature, whimsical and unpredictable leader. Congress President or Srimati Sonia Gandhi is not taking care of the party. She basically all these years she is only trying to promote her son. But that is a futile attempt. It is not happening, neither it has any chance that her mission will be successful. As a result, what happened? The people who were loyal to the party or who are loyal to the party, they are deserting one by one. I think these are natural process, and in 2015 I have predicted that in Congress party some time will come, only Gandhis will remain, all other will desert.
राहुल गांधी को सरासर उनके ऊपर ही आरोप लगाया गया कि कांग्रेस का जो अब स्थिति है,
देखिए,
राहुल गांधी इमेच्योर है।
उनका ऊपर कोई आरोप किसी ने नहीं लगाया है। जो भी कांग्रेस का बड़ा से छोटा लीडर, अनुभव सेम है। आप कैमरा ऑफ करके बात कीजिए, अनुभव सेम है। तो ऐसा एक विशाल और एक बड़ा अपोजिशन पार्टी को लीड करने के लिए जो एक होना चाहिए वो नहीं है। बीजेपी को तो सूट करता है, हम लोग को तो सूट करता है, ठीक है, लेकिन फ्रॉम कांग्रेस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू these are issues, and I think if this is going on then वही गांधी ही कांग्रेस में रह जाएगा और कोई नहीं रहेगा।
बीजेपी के लिए 2024 के लिए
देखिए, बीजेपी के लिए तो ये एक वरदान है। राहुल गांधी बीजेपी के लिए एक वरदान है। इसलिए राहुल गांधी का साथ जब भारत का लोग कंपेयर करता है, बीजेपी का लीडर्स लोग माइल्स अहेड हो जाता है, तो इसीलिए वो तो बीजेपी के लिए सूट करता है। लेकिन कांग्रेस में आज जो आज़ाद साहब जो चिट्ठी लिखा है, वही चिट्ठी में 2015 में लिखा था, तो फिर वो लोग वही बात बोलना शुरू कर देता है। लेकिन बात यही है कि दीज आर इश्यूज, दैट दोज इश्यूज आर देयर, स्टिल देयर, एंड दोज इश्यूज विल बी देयर।
Sir, recently the Assam police carried out a survey in the private madrasas, and it was found that nothing there prefer to be Hafiz and Muftis and not into regular subjects.
I think there are no official survey. According to me, most of the students wants to be doctor and engineer, because I have interacted with many students. They even doesn't know where they are studying. I think that is why you will see there are many students who are, after studying madrasa, they are coming back to general medium, general schools. And Assam police has not conducted any survey officially.
Sir, the AAP has commented on the school infrastructure of the state.
देखिए, ये एक आम आदमी पार्टी का दिल्ली सरकार का क्या हो गया है वही जानते हैं। दिल्ली इज ए म्यूनिसिपैलिटी and a capital of India right from Mughal Empire. वो लोग 1200 स्कूल चलाता है, 15-16 लाख बच्चा उसमें पढ़ता है, लेकिन हम लोग कहाँ स्कूल चलाता हो? नॉर्थ कसर हिल्स, कार्बी आलोंग रिवराइन एरिया, जहाँ तक आज तक कोई लाइट भी नहीं गया है। तो हम डील करता हूँ विथ ऑलमोस्ट मोर देन 1 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स, 50-60 हज़ार स्कूल। तो एक म्यूनिसिपैलिटी और स्टेट का कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं होता है। अगर आसाम का पास खाली 1200 ही स्कूल होता था, हर स्कूल में हर बेटा को एक कंप्यूटर मिल जाता था, एक आईपैड मिल जाता था, स्मार्ट क्लास मिल जाता था, सुबह विथ मीट एंड राइस ब्रेकफास्ट हो जाता था, लंच विथ पुलाव एंड मीट हो जाता था। तो ये 1200 स्कूल चलाने वाला एक व्यक्ति ये काहे एक स्टेट का साथ अपने आप को कंपेयर कर रहे, पता नहीं। What is the, first of all, what is the education model? I want to know. They run 1200 schools. So can 1200 school be a model? Even Don Bosco run more than that, those schools. St. Mary's run more than.
And getting in some more breaking news right now, that the G23 leaders have also written a letter. G23 leaders have written a letter, and Ghulam Nabi Azad. We'll get to the details, but we're getting in more news now that more heads likely to roll in the Congress party. More heads likely to roll in the Congress party. Some resignations already coming in. Anuj, Zeenat and Gursimran joining us live as we track the story in Ghulam Nabi Azad's home state of Jammu and Kashmir. Some resignations already happening. Getting in reports now of a resignation in Jammu and Kashmir. Let me go across to Gursimran and Zeenat, in fact, breaking the story. Gursimran, hearing that one of the leaders has already resigned, is that true? Zeenat.
Yes, one of the leaders has resigned. Mohammad Amin Bhatt has tendered his resignation, and one more leader, Coterie Akram, is also going to tender his resignation very soon. I spoke to him. He said that by tomorrow, more likely he will to resign from the Congress party. We are expecting a series of resignations as Azad camp has spoken to him multiple times since yesterday evening. It was all in line, and more resignations will follow. Yeah. This is what we are getting to know from various leadership of the Congress party, especially from the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Niranjan.
Zeenat is also joining us live. Zeenat is picking up news of more resignations. Zeenat.
Yes, Niranjan, this is a confirmation that the Mohammad Amin Bhatt, who was former MLC and the former MLA Divsar of the South Kashmir, where he has also resigned from the Congress party and also welcomed now Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation from the Congress party. This tells you that the people who are supporting Ghulam Nabi Azad are showing openly their support and welcoming the resignation of the Ghulam Nabi Azad and also resigning from the party.
Okay, Anuj is also joining us live. In fact, we are hearing that some leaders, national level leaders, are also going to resign perhaps. There is news of national level leaders also perhaps planning to resign in coordination with Ghulam Nabi Azad. So that's a breaking news update now coming in. Let me go across, okay, in fact, another related development that a former MLC and MLA, Mohammad Amin Bhatt has also resigned from all Congress party posts, including the primary membership of the Congress party. So this is a big setback to the Congress party ahead of possible elections in Jammu and Kashmir, though there's no timeline to it. That's an update that's coming in. Zeenat, how many more? What kind of support does he enjoy? What kind of support does Ghulam Nabi Azad enjoy in Jammu and Kashmir on the ground? Zeenat?
Yes, Niranjan.
What kind of support does he enjoy, and how many leaders? How many leaders are backing him right now? Hearing that one more has just resigned.
Yes, Niranjan, former MLA from Divsar and MLC Mohammad Amin Bhatt has resigned from the Congress party. He was known as the Congress Ghulam Nabi Azad's close aide, but after Ghulam Nabi Azad made his resignation public, we are seeing the more leaders coming out openly against Congress party and have started submitting their resignation. This tells you the internal politics of the Congress party and how the leaders, whether the leaders are happy or unhappy. This also tells you that the support or the people who are in close ties with Ghulam Nabi Azad, because if we talk about Mohammad Amin Bhatt, he has been MLA Divsar, he has been a former MLC, so he had enjoyed the support of Ghulam Nabi Azad in South Kashmir. So it tells you that maybe more resignations are expected, but at the same time we are seeing that the Congress party from the unit of Jammu and Kashmir taking serious note of it, and expectation is that if they have some apprehensions that the more leaders may resign, which will be again a setback.
उनको अगर मान लो हटा देते हो, संजय गांधी दबाव में हटा देते, जैसी उम्मीद राहुल गांधी से कर रहे हैं, तो आज इस देश के अंदर गुलाम नबी आजाद का नाम या जो बाकी नेता जो भी हैं, उनका नाम देश में कोई नहीं जानता। हमेशा मैं जब था अध्यक्ष NSU का, तो मेरे खिलाफ में भी कई नेता थे 73-74 के अंदर। अगर मान लो उस वक्त में दबाव में आकर के मुझे हटा देते यहाँ से, मेरे खिलाफ कई बड़े बड़े नेता थे, नाम नहीं लेना चाहूँगा मैं। अगर हाईकमान दबाव में आके, मैं एक नौजवान था, 28 साल का था, मुझे हटा देते मान लो दबाव में, तो आज आपके सामने मैं खड़ा नहीं होता। तो ये जो टिप्पणियां की गई ना, उचित नहीं कही जा सकती, उचित नहीं कहा जा सकता।
सर उन्होंने कहा कि राहुल गांधी बच्चे जैसी बातें करते हैं, ऐसा बोला, लिखा।
वो बच्चे जैसी बातें वाली वो उस वक्त बोले जाते थे के लिए। उस वक्त में ये आपको हकीकत बता रहा हूँ आपको, उस वक्त में भी संजय गांधी के साथ में अगर ये सब लोग थे, हम जैसे लोग खिलाफ भी थे और मेरे जैसे लोग टिप्पणी अलग अलग तरीके करते होंगे, कोई इनकी तरह करते होंगे, कोई और ढंग से करते होंगे, पर टिप्पणी उस वक्त भी होती थी संजय गांधी के वक्त में, भयंकर होती थी देश के अंदर। उसके बाद में चांस उनको ही मिला जो इनके पक्ष में थे, ज्यादा मिला उन लोगों को चांस, हम जैसे लोगों को मिला जो साथ नहीं थे। ये चलता रहता है। आज उनको लगता है, मैं तो कह दिया ना आपको कि जो इन्होंने कहा आज, अभी तो मैं खुद सदमे में हूँ। एक ऐसा 42 साल का जिसको सब कुछ मिला जिंदगी के अंदर, 42 साल ही बगैर पद के नहीं रहे हो व्यक्ति, आज वो ये मैसेज दे रहे हैं जैसे कि जो मेरी समझ के परे हैं।
सर बीजेपी की चाल में फंस रहे हैं क्या? क्योंकि मोदी जी पहले ही कह चुके थे, उन्हें
एक करके भाषण दिया जब उनका विदाई
पार्लियामेंट में, उनसे कहा था हम उनको जरूरत पड़ी तो फिर लेके आएंगे, इस तरह का बोला। क्या उनकी जाल में फंसे हुए हैं?
मोदी जी क्या बोला उसके अंदर और क्या क्यों बोले होंगे, मैं उसके बारे में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता। मैं तो ये कह सकता हूँ कि आजाद साहब जैसे व्यक्ति को जो कांग्रेस ने सब कुछ दिया है, आज पहचान उनके देश में तो कांग्रेस के कारण से है, इंदिरा गांधी के कारण से है, राजीव गांधी के कारण से है, नरसिम्हा जी के कारण से हैं और सोनिया गांधी के कारण से है। उनको ये जो जिस प्रकार भावना प्रकट की है, मैं समझता हूँ उचित नहीं कही जा सकती। मैं इतने कह सकता हूँ।
CWC भी है उसमें, क्या चुनाव?
नमस्कार, थैंक यू।
बिखराव कांग्रेस में रुकेगा क्या आपको लगता है?
Big attack by Ashok Gehlot, who in Rajasthan there, he's likely to be the next Congress president. By the way, hearing that the Vadra Gandhi family has chosen Ashok Gehlot to be the next presidential nominee, so in all likelihood, to placate Sachin Pilot, they may try and elevate him and bring him to the president's post. And he's saying, Azad, Aishwarya is joining me live. Aishwarya, he's saying that Azad is a nobody. He's saying Azad is a nobody. Gandhi's made him somebody. He has an identity because of the Gandhi family. I mean, this is exactly what you would expect. Loyalists being fielded to now attack Azad because he questioned Rahul Gandhi. Aishwarya.
Congress leader, whenever he leaves, share out of desperation. This has happened right with Jagdambika Pal, right to Jyotiraditya Scindia, right to Jiten Singh, right to RPN Singh, and now to Ghulam Nabi Azad. Everyone who has first raised a concern within the quarters of the Congress party when they have not been given an ear, and now when in sheer desperation they leave the Congress party saying that they cannot see the Congress in such a condition. This is the kind of comments which come in from the Coterie of the Gandhis, and at this point of time we've seen that the closest to the Gandhi is the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, whose name was also being pipped up to be the next president if Rahul Gandhi fails once again to convince his own party that he is able to lead. So basically what is happening is that the Congress party is completely distancing itself from Ghulam Nabi Azad, calling him an opportunist, calling him that the man who has been given positions for the last 40 years now suddenly feel there is a problem, because they are just not ready to accept the real problem of the Congress, and that is that they are without a leader. They do not have any direction. This is something which we've seen a dozen leaders who've left the Congress party, small or big, irrespective of their hierarchy within the party, have specified very clearly that the only reason they are frustrated, and the only reason they are being desperately pushed out of the party is that there is no leadership at the top, number one. Number two, there is no direction. Number three, they don't know what is happening. And number four, that if you're not a Gandhi, it doesn't matter. You see, a young leader, Jaiveer Shergill, yesterday, who was a spokesperson of the Congress party, resigned. And his resignation letter had that he's being forced by certain leaders who are very close to the Gandhis. Ghulam Nabi Azad at one point of time was one of the closest to the Gandhis, but today he is not being even given time to meet. And hence, in sheer desperation, we saw how he resigned from the state leadership of the Congress just a month prior, and today he has resigned from every position. Because the reason is that Congress, and to be very specific, Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi feel that the old leadership of the BJP, or irrespective in that matter, if you see, Jaiveer Shergill yesterday, a young leader, Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the senior most leaders, resigning today. So it is no more about the young or the old guard or the new guard. It is only that whether you are close to Rahul or Priyanka or not. And if you are not, then you are not required in the Congress party. That's the message which these leaders are very, very clearly getting. And that's why you see that the people who really care about the Congress party, whether it is Ashwini Kumar, the former law minister, they are saying that this will only further deteriorate the party. This is not going to help the Indian National Congress. And they feel that this is high time that now the Congress leadership and Sonia Gandhi herself feels. But the problem is that the Gandhis are surrounded by a coterie which says that everything is okay. Everything is hunky-dory. They say that when Jagdambika Pal left, it is not going to impact. When Jiten Prasad left, it is not going to impact. When Jyotiraditya Scindia left, it is not going to impact. And now they are saying the same ringtone is being played, that when Ghulam Nabi Azad leaves, nothing is going to happen. Even when Farooq Abdullah feels that Congress should do everything to get Ghulam Nabi Azad back. The Congress party feels that it is not going to impact. So they are going to just let Ghulam Nabi Azad go, but not to do the major change within the Congress party, that is get a leader which is able enough to lead the oldest party of the country. Niranjan, back to you.
Because, some of the letters, some of them mentioned in this letter, Aishwarya, it's fantastic because he's gone into great detail. For example, on the argument of reviving the Congress party, you had leaders who just spoke, Zeenat and Aishwarya. They fielded Jairam Ramesh and Ajay Makan to say that he's leaving the Congress party at a time when, all the changes are happening, right? But he says in this letter how in the year 2013 in Jaipur, he proposed assistance of other members of the committee, made a detailed action plan to revitalize the party in the run-up to 2014 Lok Sabha elections. And then he says, no effort was made. No effort was made to even examine them. He says, in 2014, out of 49, we lost, since 2014, out of 49, we lost 39 elections. He says, whatever we gave as recommendations has been lying in the AICC storeroom for the last 9 years. So why would leaders stay? Aishwarya, yes, Aishwarya is saying something. Yes, Aishwarya.
Niranjan, the changes in the Congress party have been so-called changes have been happening ever since they lost to Prime Minister Modi in 2014. But the only change, and I repeat, the only change which every one of these leaders have recommended has not happened. That is change in the top leadership. Get leaders who matter, not leaders who are yes men to the Gandhis. That's the change which they want. That's the change which will save the Congress party, and that's the change with the Congress leadership, which the Gandhis are not allowing. That is the reality. The change Ghulam Nabi Azad, the change to the likes of Ashwini Kumar, the change with Jyotiraditya Scindia, the change with Jagdambika Pal, the change with Jiten Prasad, RPN Singh wanted is only this, that you get a leader who's able to lead the Congress party, a leader who's not a yes man to the Congress leadership, and to be very specific to the Gandhis. And that is the change which the Gandhis are not allowing. That's the real problem. There is directionlessness, there is leader, you see.
Okay.
The troubles, where is the top brass? Where are the Gandhis? Yes, Niranjan.
No, we're hearing, in fact, the other big breaking news update that we're getting in right now is that many senior leaders are going to meet him. Aishwarya, if I can get one more answer from you. We get Abhishek also live and Zeenat is also live. Zeenat has the details about the Jammu and Kashmir aspect. Several leaders have already resigned. Aishwarya, quickly coming in with the breaking news of the leaders who are in touch. Is there going to be a new party? Everyone's asking, new party or
Well, they're talking about Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Yes, Ghulam Nabi Azad and others.
Well, we are talking about Ghulam Nabi Azad. You are going to have the whole battery of leaders from the state of Jammu and Kashmir joining him, irrespective of the hierarchy. Let there be no doubt about it. They know that there is no other leader within the Congress party in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, to be very specific. Then Zeenat is going to get the specifics, but we can tell you that a battery of leaders are going to join him because they understand that what is going to happen in Congress is a complete chaos. A complete chaos. A yes man from Delhi could very well be made the face of the Congress party in J&K, irrespective of the amount of support he entertains in the valley or in Jammu region. And that's the reality. That's why you are seeing all of these leaders, younger ones or even the elder ones joining Ghulam Nabi Azad, going and seeking time to meet him, because they know what chaos is going to happen in the Congress once the Gandhis are back. They are going to choose a yes man once again, and that's the real problem. They choose yes men over mass leaders only because they are not ready to face the reality. Because when Ghulam Nabi Azad said, yes, we need a change, yes, we need a leader who's better than Rahul Gandhi, yes, we need a leader who's not only a Gandhi to lead the Congress party, we need a leader who's not a yes man, we need a leader who can tell you the real problems. You want to take on Modi, you are unable to take on regional parties. That's the reality which the Indian National Congress really needs to look into. You have these regional players taking over the position of the Congress, and that's a fact which the Gandhis are not ready to accept. They still want to play the big brother when it comes into an alliance, when these regional parties do not want to be even associated with the Congress party. We've seen it with Samajwadi Party, BSP, JDU, everything. Priyanka Gandhi kept on saying Nitish Kumar has not given an ear to the demands of Priyanka Gandhi, and that's the reality of their political clout, Niranjan, which Ghulam Nabi Azad and then Ashwini Kumar have been trying to convey and failing yet again, because the Gandhis choose yes men over mass leaders. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yeah, Aishwarya, stay with me. I'm requesting you to stay with me. I'm going across to Abhishek as well. Zirat, be with me. I'm going across to Abhishek as well. Abhishek, if you read this letter, nothing new, but he's gone on to sort of, very unlike Ghulam Nabi Azad, to get into such great detail about Rahul Gandhi. And it seems to be something that's been building up for almost a decade. He goes into the timeline from 2013 onwards. He speaks about specific instances, for example, tearing up of the ordinance. He starts from there, tearing up of the ordinance. He blames Sonia Gandhi for bringing Rahul Gandhi into the scheme of things. And then he talks about how senior leaders were attacked, and his coterie. He says sometimes the coterie that was taking the decisions was security guards of Rahul Gandhi. He calls them childish, immature, but it's almost gone on to let out the entire secret of how the affairs were ongoing in the Congress party. Abhishek.
Well, Niranjan, for those who have tracked the Congress party closely, none of this might come as a surprise, because you mentioned Coterie, for example. The word itself is mentioned 5 times on page number 4, and this is essentially a takedown of the Congress party as it has existed in the last 20 years, and specifically the last 10 years, when Rahul Gandhi has really called the shots, Niranjan. So this is more like a broadside on Rahul Gandhi and his leadership, his style, his functioning, the people around him, and how they have really brought down the Congress party together in a manner that today, from a youngster like a Jaivir Shergill to a veteran of the party, who in fact Niranjan mentions that he is the one who brought Rajiv Gandhi into Congress party, into politics under his stewardship. So many people take the fatherhood of bringing Rahul Gandhi into politics. Here is Ghulam Nabi Azad saying that he brought in Rajiv Gandhi into politics. Someone as veteran as that, deciding ultimately to quit the party because, as he mentions, it has reached a point of no return, that there are now proxies being propped up. In a way, this is a slant on Ashok Gehlot also, where he says that moreover the chosen one would be nothing more than a puppet on a string. That's a comment on, or sad comment on, the capabilities or the skills of Ashok Gehlot. So, Niranjan, what we are seeing is clearly a deconstruction of the Congress party and how it has existed over the last decade. Very bluntly, Ghulam Nabi Azad telling Sonia Gandhi that the remote control model that existed in the UPA government, where Manmohan Singh obviously then was just a puppet, and behind the facade, through a remote control, Rahul Gandhi and his coterie was controlling the government. So in the case of party now, he minces no words and says that you are only a nominal figurehead. He's telling Sonia Gandhi, and that actual decisions are taken by Rahul Gandhi and, as you mentioned, by some of his security guards and PAs. So I think, Niranjan, this really sets the agenda now for the Congress party. I don't know how they are going to respond and react. Remember, just yesterday only, a decision was taken to delay the Congress party's presidential election for another month, essentially because The Gandhis are trying to project a picture that none of them is ready to take on the mantle anymore and that somebody else has to take over. Now with this Ghulam Nabi Azad resignation, it has sent a sort of, taken out a cat among the pigeons, as it is said, because he's calling these elections a sham of election, and he goes on to say that the organizational process is farce and a sham, and at no place anywhere in the country have elections been held at any level of the organization.
Abhishek, Anand Sharma is reacting on ANI. I'm cutting across live. Anand Sharma responding. Let's cut.
ये कभी भी एक इतने बड़े कद के नेता इस स्थिति पे पहुंच जाएं कि मजबूर होकर वो एक 50 साल से बड़ा लंबा रिश्ता उनको तोड़ना पड़ा, जाहिर है वो बहुत आहत हुए होंगे, उनको चोट भी पहुंची। ये स्थिति आने से बचाई जा सकती थी। ये बात समय समय पर कही भी गई, क्योंकि जो भी बातें संगठन के हित में उठाई थी वो कांग्रेस को पुनर्जीवित करने के उद्देश्य से, ये आज की घटना से जुड़ी बात नहीं, ये 2020 में है, जब हम चिंतित थे कि कांग्रेस की सर्वाइवल के लिए, कांग्रेस को एक मजबूत संगठन के रूप में दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए हमको आत्मचिंतन की आवश्यकता है और कुछ वो सुधार लाने मूलभूत, चाहे वो प्राइमरी यूनिट हो, ब्लॉक कमेटी हो, ज़िला हो, और देश में, जिससे कांग्रेस का एक ऐसा सोच बने अपनी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए कि आम कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व पूरे राष्ट्र में हर निर्णय में अपने आप को शामिल समझे कि जो भी फैसला किया है इसमें मेरी भी आवाज़ है। इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी से और तमाम राहुल जी पूर्व अध्यक्ष सबसे बैठकर लंबी बातचीत भी हुई, एक बार नहीं कई बार, पर ख़ास तौर पे जो रजामंदी बनी, सहमति बनी, हम बड़े आश्वस्त हुए थे 20 दिसंबर 2020 को, उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ। सिर्फ कहूँगा हाल में भी कुछ विषय उठे, शायद गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी की जो अपेक्षाएं थी कि जो बातें उनके और सोनिया जी के बीच में भी हुई हैं, इस तरह अगर मेरे और सोनिया जी के बीच में कोई बातचीत होती है वो मेरे को और उनको ही पता होता है, तो कहाँ ये बात बिगड़ी, ये भी हमारे लिए समझना ज़रूरी होगा, जो मुझे अभी जानकारी नहीं। तो जैसे मैंने कहा, ये दुख की बात है, हम निरंतर कमज़ोर होते जा रहे हैं और देश के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं। हम 2014 से देखें 2 लोकसभा, तमाम विधानसभाओं में, इसीलिए मैं यहाँ भी, मैं हिमाचल में हूँ, कांग्रेस के लोगों से यही कहा है, इकट्ठे हो जाओ, इकट्ठे मिलकर काम करो, चुनौतियाँ सामने हैं, क्योंकि कांग्रेस को हम सब का यही इच्छा, उद्देश्य, लक्ष्य रहा है कि कहीं जहाँ कमियाँ हैं तो घरों में भी होता है, उसको भी आपस में राय मशवरा करके उसको हम सुधार सकें।
थैंक यू। रोलिंग।
You just heard Anand Sharma there recently quit, as the Himachal Pradesh Coordination Committee. Abhishek, you just heard him. What do you take away from it? He's not questioning Ghulam Nabi Azad, concurs with him on most points made. Looks like more exits are possible, Abhishek. Don't have a timeline to it, but things are moving really, really fast.
We have seen, Niranjan, how in the last 6 months from mid-level leaders like RPN Singh to the junior most like Jaivir Shergill and in fact Jyotiraditya Scindia, not just leaving himself but in effect taking a Congress government in a state with him, and on similar grounds that in fact the sense of hurt perhaps in the case of Jyotiraditya Scindia might have been less, But the fact that even he was feeling throttled, he was feeling that the party is getting a little moribund and that there is no future in it. So at one level, you have restless youngsters like Jyotiraditya Scindia, RPN Singh, and Jarvi Shergill leaving. And on the other, you have veterans like Ghulam Nabi Azad who are seriously concerned about the party. And remember, he has narrated the entire process through which he has finally come to a conclusion that the Congress party has no future and has reached a point of no return. So I think, Niranjan, this migration outside the party of seniors, juniors, mid-level leaders might continue because almost everyone is now coming to a conclusion that under the Gandhis, even if they are not helming it, but having someone as a proxy, as Ghulam Nabi Azad mentions, or someone who can be remote controlled, the Congress party is not going to have future. And like Anand Sharma mentioned, Niranjan, also, remember, Anand Sharma could be next. And immediately after the decision of Anand Sharma to quit from the coordination committee of Himachal Pradesh, yes, Bhupinder Hooda, none other than Bhupinder Hooda had come out openly. This was day before yesterday, and supported Anand Sharma and asked the Congress leadership to genuinely look into the concerns raised by Anand Sharma. So I think this exodus of seniors might continue, Niranjan, and Ghulam Nabi Azad really has opened the floodgates.
Abhishek and Suesha, you can also come in because we have someone very, very senior in the Congress party, has worked 30 years with Ghulam Nabi Azad. Ghulam Mohammad Saruri, who's also part of the Congress party. गुलाम मोहम्मद सरूरी जी, क्या आप भी छोड़ने वाले हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी में? कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ने वाले हैं आप भी?
कांग्रेस छोड़ने न छोड़ने का सवाल नहीं, सवाल ये है नीतियों का है। सवाल ये है कि उसूलों का, तरीकत का, डिसिप्लिन का, सिस्टम का। जब सारा सिस्टम ही कांग्रेस में बिगड़ गया और वो कहते हैं फारसी में तिफल शवद खानदान खान शवद वेरान, जब छोटे बच्चों के हाथ कमान आ गई और बुजुर्गों की बातें न मानी गई, शिटारवाद लीडरों की बातें न मानी गई और उसूलों पे न चला गया, तो यही होता है ना। अगर आजाद साहब ने सजय और उसकी पूरी टीम ने, जो भी शिटारवाद लीडर थे कांग्रेस में, वो आनंद शर्मा हो, वो हुड्डा साहब हो, वो कपिल सिब्बल हो, या बाकी अजय थरूर हो, या बाकी जो भी लीडर्स हैं, जितने भी लीडर्स हैं, जो उन्हें सजेशन दिए हैं, G23 ने भी पहले उससे कबल रिटर्न में सजेशन दी, उसके बाद इन बाकी ने CWC में सजेशन दी, एक सजेशन पे अमल नहीं हुआ। जब उनके उस डिसिप्लिन पे न चला गया, उन तरीकत पे न चला गया, उन उसूलों पे नहीं चला गया, जिन लोगों ने आजाद साहब ने 5 चीफ मिनिस्टरों के प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ काम किया है, सैकड़ों चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाए हैं, सैकड़ों राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाए हैं, थाउजेंड्स MPs बनाए हैं, उनकी बातों पे न चला गया और पार्टी को मजबूत करने की बात भी नहीं सोची गई, बल्कि डुबाने की बात की गई। आसपास जो चेले चमचे रखे गए, वो नाअहल नाकाबिल और थे, उनकी बातों पे चले जाना, ये पार्टी के लिए आज भी अंधेरा और कल भी अंधेरा। लिहाजा उसलिए तो जायज बात ये थी कि ये पार्टी छोड़ना ही बेहतर है, क्योंकि अब जम्मू कश्मीर में भी इलेक्शन आने जा रहे हैं, ये और उसके अलावा 24 सीटें इन्होंने पिछले 8 सालों में हारी हैं, तो लिहाजा आगे होने वाला क्या है। और एक जो लीडर 1 साल में 5 बार फॉरेन टूर करे, हमें 5 साल टाइम नहीं मिला उनको मिलने के लिए, 50 लेटर हमने उनको भेजे राहुल गांधी को, हमको मिलने नहीं दिया उन्होंने। और ये
आपने फॉरेन टूर के बारे में बात की, आपने फॉरेन टूर के बारे में बात की, अभी आपको ये भी बताना चाहते हैं कि फॉरेन टूर में हैं, अभी भी फॉरेन टूर में हैं। आई थिंक सुएशा जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए, आपको लाइव भी लेके आएंगे। हमारे कोलीग जो है सुएशा, हमारे कोलीग सुनील जाखड़ जी के साथ लाइव है, उनको भी उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे। सुएशा,
right. Straight away tossing it to Amandeep. Amandeep, Sunil Jakhar is with you right now. What is his view on what is happening?
Well, absolutely, Swesha. We will talk to Sunil Jakhar, who's former president of the Congress party in Punjab and now presently a BJP leader. Sir, how do you see this resignation? What is your first reaction on this?
What I can say is that Congress had it coming. It's only Congress High Command or the so-called Coterie, which is running the Congress now, they refused to read the writing on the wall. It was there for everybody to see. And I personally think, though many would say that I should be now very pleased that all that I had said when I left the party has come true. But no, I'm sad for the sake of democracy and for the sake of, I have had a very long association, a 3-generation long, 50 years long association with the party. And I think what is happening now, this collapsing of the largest opposition group in the country is collapsing like a house of cards. It's sad for the democracy, but I think they refuse to acknowledge what they were confronted with, what were the shortcomings, or not shortcomings, they were glaring acts of, or even deliberate attempts to undermine the party. It seems like they were on a mission of harakiri. Congress has done.
And Jakhar Sahab, if we just count the names, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jitin Prasad, Captain Amarinder Singh, Sunil Jakhar, and now Ghulam Nabi Azad. I mean, my question is, what is the reason behind? Why all the big Congress leaders who were the staunch stalwart of the Congress, they are leaving the party? What is the reason behind? Either Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi?
I would say again, like they have rightly, Mr. Azad has pointed out that there's a coterie of sycophants who's running the party now. Mrs. Gandhi's health has, I think, made her not really hands-on kind of a president. And reluctance on part of Rahulji to take charge, take reins in his own hand, has led for these people kind of sycophants, bootlickers who have come up in this hierarchy. When I earlier said what happened, transpired in Punjab, that small-minded, petty-minded people have risen to higher levels like CWC members. So obviously that's why I said the Congress had it coming. They didn't realize the caliber of the people who were assisting them or guiding them or who were assigned the role to run the day-to-day affairs of the party. This is not a national party operates. This is not even, a household doesn't run unless and until there is a strong head of the household. In Punjabi, as they say, जब तक बुढ़ा डांग लेके ना बैठा हुए घर भी नहीं चलता साहब. Even you can't run a household also. How do you expect a grand old party to run by these people? So I think they have asked for it.
I mean, in the other words, you are just saying that this is the beginning of ending the Congress party?
Precisely, this is the beginning of the end. Sunil is not one of the tallest. No, I'm not a tall leader at all. But you can call it, this was the tip of the iceberg. When I said all these things, I think rather than taking note of what my grudges were or what my complaints were, they had sycophants telling him, Sunil bura hai, Sunil ne ye kiya, Sunil ne wo kiya. You can criticize Sunil, you can ridicule Sunil, you can find 110 faults in Sunil. But as you rightly said, what about Scindia sahab? What about Jitin Prasad? They were the young people who were being groomed, and now they have left. And the people whom they picked up in their wisdom, this so-called national asset, which they created in Punjab, which really ruined the Congress chances of coming to power in Punjab. Where is that asset now?
Jakhar Sahab, the resignation, the kind of content that was mentioned in the resignation that have shook the entire politics of the Congress party. And in fact, on the other side, Congress is denying each and every fact that was mentioned by Ghulam Nabi Azad. And G23 leadership is also in contact with Ghulam Nabi Azad. What does that mean?
When I say beginning of the end, this is what it means. They are all on the way out. There have been signs, there have been visible outbursts of theirs. They should have been, yeah, even I was, that they should have been handled in a way, at least the authority of the Congress president has been eroded over a period of time by these kind of sycophants. This is what he has written, that the decision is not taken by Rahul Gandhi. But they said decision was taken by this coterie. Decision was not taken by Mrs. Gandhi. There was this coterie taking a decision. I think Mr. Azad is on record saying that we have highest regard for Mrs. Gandhi. We have highest regard for them. But we will not bow down to these kind of petty people. And time and again they refused or acknowledged their grievances. They were only complaining about these people that put them on the sideline, bring in people who are grounded and who could really run the party, who had a feeling for the party, but no, they have been ignored time and again, and this is what the end result is. They have asked for it. I would say they have really actively, deliberately run the party down.
But Jakhar sir, my question is that Rahul Gandhi is trying to spread a message inside the Congress that now it's the time for the young team. I mean, the change is entirely expected inside the Congress party. Senior leadership will guide and youngsters would come up and they will lead the Congress party. But that is actually not happening.
I think the reality check is required, sir. They should really get a grip on, like, one needs to be reality. Yes, this is India is demographically the youngest country, one of the youngest country in the world. All the reason for young people to come forth, but where are those young people? Is Mr. Jatin Prasad not young? Is Mr. Jyotirjit Sindhya not young enough to check the mental? And not you need experience also. And you are pitting one young man against an established chief minister in Rajasthan. What is that? Rather than sending a strong message, you are pitting your favorite against established leader. This kind of promoting young people does not help. You will see the results in Rajasthan also. You will see the result of this kind of a tussle going on, not settling these issues. Let this fester. This festering wound becomes a terminal illness. This has become a terminal illness now.
जाकिर साहब, रिपब्लिक भारत के भी हमारे दर्शक हैं, उनके लिए भी 2 सवाल हिंदी में कर लेंगे। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि कांग्रेस अपने ख़त्म होने की तादार पर चल चुकी है। सिर्फ पंजाब में नहीं, राजस्थान में नहीं, कहीं और स्टेटों में नहीं, बहुत सारी जगह पे, यानी कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद का जो रेजिग्नेशन है वो जम्मू कश्मीर इलेक्शंस को डायरेक्टली इम्पेक्ट करेगा।
देखिए, आपको लग रहा है, मेरे को लग रहा है, जैसे वो कहावत है ना, कहना जाने न जाने गोली ना जाने, बाग तो सारा जाने है। सारे हिंदुस्तान को सबको पता है एक बच्चा, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान में 3 सबसे बड़े फेवरेट टॉपिक्स हैं। एवरीबडी इज़ अ पॉलिटिशियन, एवरीबडी इज़ अ फैन ऑफ क्रिकेट, और सारे के सारे अपने क्रिकेट और बॉलीवुड फिल्म्स, इसके ऊपर सबका है। तो पॉलिटिशियन तो हर एक को दिख रहा है कांग्रेस किस तरफ जा रही है, पर गुल ही ना जाने, उनको शायद ध्यान नहीं है। वो ही उन चापलूसों के घेरे के अंदर बैठे हैं। और शुरू से एक कहावत है, कहते हैं दिल्ली दरबार, आज से नहीं, मुगलों के टाइम से उससे पहले, कि दिल्ली दरबार हमेशा कान का कच्चा होता है। तो वो उस किस्म के लोग हैं, ये चापलूस लोग वहाँ पे बैठे, गलत इन्फॉर्मेशन, ये जाके ऑल इज़ वेल वाली बात करते हैं साहब। तो ऑल इज़ वेल का नतीजा जो होगा, वो सामने आपके।
मतलब जाखड़ साहब, उन्होंने कहा कि एक चापलूसों की कोटरी है जो जिनके नीचे वो काम नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन उनको जो पावर और अथॉरिटी दी है वो तो गांधी फैमिली ने ही दी है ना।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ साहब, डिसीजन नहीं लिया। यही बात गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी ने अपने लेटर में लिखी है कि ये जो फैसले हैं राहुल गांधी जी नहीं ले रहे, ये फैसले सोनिया जी नहीं ले रहे, ये लोग चापलूस लोग ले रहे हैं। जो झंडा जिन्होंने फहराया आज 15 अगस्त को कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय 24 अकबर रोड के ऊपर उन्होंने झंडा फहराया, वो लोग ले रहे हैं। जबकि सीनियर मोस्ट वहाँ पे आज CWC के मेंबर गुलाम नबी आज़ाद हैं। आज हक उनका बनता था, क्योंकि जब सोनिया जी की तबीयत ख़राब है, इलाज के लिए बाहर गए हुए हैं, तो नेचुरली जो सीनियर मोस्ट कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी को झंडा फहराना चाहिए था, पर नहीं, उन्होंने इस बात का भरोसा भी नहीं किया। उनके ऊपर झंडा फहराने के लिए वो चीयर लीडर, जैसे क्रिकेट में आजकल चौका लगाओ तो ताली बजाने वाले आ जाते हैं ग्रुप सा, उस किस्म के जो चीयर लीडर्स हैं, उन लोगों के लीडरों को आगे करते हैं ये लोग। तो उसका नतीजा भुगतना पड़ा है। आपने बात की राजस्थान में ये होगा वो होगा, राजस्थान और ये तो अभी दूर है सब, 1.5 साल 2 साल लगेंगे इलेक्शन में। 3 महीने में 4 महीने में इलेक्शन हिमाचल प्रदेश के आने वाले हैं। आप मेरी बात आज एक नोट कर लीजिए, आपके माध्यम से देश के सभी जो दर्शक हैं आप लिख लें, जिस दिन हिमाचल प्रदेश इलेक्शन, असेंबली इलेक्शन के रिज़ल्ट आएंगे, दैट विल बी द लास्ट नेल। जैसे लाला लाजपत राय जी ने कहा था, मेरे सीने पे लगने वाली एक एक लाठी अंग्रेज़ राज के उसके अंदर आखिरी कील साबित होगी। तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए एक कील की तरह साबित होगी हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस का सफाया होना।
मतलब 2024 तक पहुंचते पहुंचते तो कांग्रेस ऑपोजिशन में बैठने लायक भी नहीं रहेगी। आपका तो जो अनुमान है, एनालिसिस है, वो यही कह रहा है।
बिल्कुल, मैं तथ्यों पे कह रहा हूँ साहब। मैं कोई ज़्यादा लंबा समय नहीं दे रहा, मैं कोई ज्योतिषी नहीं हूँ, ना ही मैं, आप देखिए, ना ही को मैंने कोई तवीज़ या अंगूठियाँ पहन रखी हैं, परंतु राजनीति का जितना थोड़ा बहुत मेरे को अनुभव है, उसके चलते हुए मैं ये कह सकता हूँ
कि नॉर्दर्न इंडिया, जिसको ये हिंदी बेल्ट बोलते हैं, हिंदी बेल्ट के अंदर ये आखिरी एक सूबा बचा है। पंजाब के कारनामे तो आपने देख लिए, एक जीता हुआ प्रांत इन 9 सिखियों की बदौलत ये पैसा बटोरने वाले जिस किस्म के इंचार्ज बना के यहाँ पे इन्होंने भेज दिए, पैसे समेट के टिकटें बाँच के लोग जो राजस्थान चले गए, उन लोगों के चलते हुए कांग्रेस का हाल जो होगा वो तो होगा ही। और आप देखिएगा हिमाचल प्रदेश में क्या बनेगा। उन लोगों के बारे में G23 के लीडर से बात करके आप देखिए तो आपको बताएंगे कि किस किस्म के इंचार्जेस वहाँ पे लगा रखे हैं। उनके बारे में जो शब्द कांग्रेस के सीनियर लीडर बोलते हैं कांग्रेस मुख्यालय में, वो शायद यहाँ पे कहने लायक भी नहीं है।
इवन जाखड़ साहब, यू राइटली मेंशन कि कांग्रेस का पहला शासित राज्य था पंजाब, जिसने कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाई थी। कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह मुख्यमंत्री थे और आप पीपीसीसी के प्रेसिडेंट थे। जाखड़ साहब, मेरा सवाल ये है कि जब आप पीपीसीसी के प्रेसिडेंट थे, अनरेस्ट तो तब भी कांग्रेस में चल रहा था, कुछ ना कुछ हलचल हो रही थी। क्या आप लोगों ने ये बात सोनिया गांधी जी से बैठ के डिस्कस की, उनके साथ इस बारे में चर्चा हुई, या शी वॉज जस्ट अ म्यूट स्पेक्टेटर टू दिस एंटायर इशू?
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं है, क्योंकि उस समय कोरोना के चलते हुए जो लैक ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन था, जब कोरोना आया उसके बाद में मिसेस गांधी की तबीयत पहले नासाज थी, उसके बाद उनका मिलना जुलना बिल्कुल बंद समझ लिए। बहुत हद तक चंद गिने चुने लोग जिनके जरिए बातचीत होती थी, जिनमें एक हमारे वो थे जिनके लिए मैंने नाम लिए, जिन्होंने झंडा फहराया है, क्योंकि वो एक महिला होने के नाते उनसे पर्सनल तौर पे थे, और उन्होंने पंजाब के बारे में जो ब्रीफिंग उनको दी, नेचुरली उनकी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन वहीं तक सीमित थी। और बाकी जिनको इंचार्ज लगाया, चाहे कोई उत्तराखंड से आया, उनके बाद कोई राजस्थान से आया, उन्होंने अगर कोई बचा खुचा था तो उन्होंने वो समेट के काम रख दिया। तो इन लोगों के हाथ में कांग्रेस की लगाम चली गई, और वो आज ना तो गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब को आ जाए, मैंने उसी दिन कह दिया मैं इन लोगों के, अगर ये इन लोगों को कहने से सुनील जाखड़ को नोटिस दिया जा सकता था। सुनील तो ऐसे लोगों को लीडर मानता नहीं, आप इनको बड़े लीडर मानते हो, मैं तो इन लोगों को इनकी असलियत जानता हूँ। तो अपने आत्मसम्मान के लिए हट गया। आज उन्होंने भी कहा भाई आई हैव बीन ह्यूमिलिएटेड, आई हैव बीन इंसल्टेड बाय दिस बिहेवियर। सो उन्होंने आज उनकी अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ जागी है। मैंने, चाहे मैं जितना छोटा, मैं एक अदना सा आदमी हूँ, मैं कोई ना ही मुझे किसी किस्म का घमंड है, ना ही कोई मुझे इस बात की है कि मैं कोई बहुत बड़ा लीडर था, परंतु मेरे लिए मेरा आत्मसम्मान बहुत बड़ा था, और मैंने अपने चलते हुए अपना किनारा कर लिया इनसे।
This is a proven fact that pick of Rahul Gandhi regarding the leaders is remain under the so many questions, and Charanjit Singh Channi is a perfect example. He has picked up Charanjit Singh Channi by brushing several senior leaders like you aside and appointed as a chief minister after Captain Amarinder Singh. But he has proven the Rahul Gandhi's choice wrong by losing the elections from 2 constituencies in Punjab.
Whether he has proven Mr. Rahul Gandhi wrong or not, that's another point. But I think he has really done a great disservice to Punjabi identity by running away when Rahul Gandhi of the Congress party needs him. Because he was promoted as a national asset which has been created by the Congress party. So where is the asset now when they need him most? आज जब पार्टी को ज़रूरत है अपने एक एक आदमी की, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जैसे छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, युवा चेहरे, वो भी युवा चेहरों में गिना जा रहा था, वो भी राहुल जी के नज़दीकियों में गिने जा रहे थे, तो कहाँ हैं वो आज? क्यों नहीं आज वो एसेट सामने आ रहे, या एसेट इकट्ठे करके खुद मियाँ फाख्ता हो गए?
So my last question is कि आपकी कोई G23 लीडरशिप से या गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी से कोई बातचीत हुई इस बारे में? अभी इस बारे में चर्चा हुई कोई? नहीं, मैंने तो आप मीडियम चैनल के मीडियम से देखा है, उनका जो पत्र मैंने कुछ अंश पढ़े हैं। भावना वही है साहब, आज आत्मसम्मान को लेके चापलूसों के इसके राज में चलते हुए मैं समझता हूँ, इसीलिए ये कोई मेरी भविष्यवाणी है, मैं कोई शराब नहीं दे रहा। कुछ लोग मुझ पर कहते हैं आप अपनी पुरानी 50 साल की पार्टी को शराब नहीं दे रहा साहब, मैं तो कोई कुछ भी नहीं, मैं तो एक विश्लेषण है मेरा कि इन हालातों को चलते हुए घर नहीं चलते साहब, घर नहीं चलते। आप नेशनल पार्टी चलाने की बात इस तरह बिना एक, जब तक धनी ना हो घर का, एक मुखिया ना हो घर का, घर नहीं चला करते। Thank you, Jakhar Sir, for speaking to Republic TV. So, in fact, Swesha, you can listen the entire truth of the Congress party from the former Congress leader who have served on a very authoritative post and remain in the touch of Gandhi family as well. And unrest has been started since years, and now the results of that unrest inside the Congress party is coming out. Yes, over to studio.
Absolutely, and the actual insiders putting out the real truth of the Congress party. I want to go back to Abhishek and Aishwarya, who continue to be with us on this broadcast. Because, Abhishek, there's a clear pattern in how the former leaders of the Congress party are speaking. They're all senior leaders. And they clearly say that there is a lack of transparency, a lack of respect, a lack of trust, and the decisions have not been taken seriously. There is confusion when it comes to the leadership. And things are only getting worse. It's not going to stop here. It's being said for the longest time that introspection is required. And honestly, even that stage has been crossed when it comes to the top leadership in the Congress party. But now even those who worked there for the longest time, who have been a part of the decision making, say that it's not going to get better and there is just no way out. And now they are on their way out instead.
To be honest, Suesha, I got distracted by a couple of phone calls. You see, Himanta made a telling comment. He said, Rahul Gandhi is a blessing for the BJP. He is the best thing that can happen to the BJP. And from this letter of Ghulam Nabi Azad, it comes out why Rahul Gandhi is a blessing for the BJP. Because according to this lengthy explanation or takedown of the Congress party as it has existed over the last 10 years, it becomes clear that Mr. Gandhi has no understanding of how a leader becomes tall, how a leader grows. I think he remains an ad hoc member of the Congress party, leader of the Congress party, and remote control of the Congress party. And yes, Aishwarya?
Abhishek, I feel it's high time that the Congress party understands that it's over and above Rahul Gandhi. Trying to make Rahul Gandhi big, trying to make Rahul Gandhi a tall leader, they are decimating the Congress party and they are decimating it to the core. So it's high time that the Congress party really now understands. Because every time a different leader comes out and says that it's not going to matter that this XYZ leader is going. And now breaking news is coming is that Vadra Congress is attacking Azad's DNA. So it's getting more and more, they are hitting below the belt to the leaders who have taken or brought Congress party to this level where they stand. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. So let's understand who's attacking Azad. We have seen physical attacks also happening. In the case of Ghulam Nabi Azad, he mentions in his letter that his effigy was burnt by some people and that those congressmen, in fact, were defeated by the AICC headquarters, obviously suggesting that Rahul Gandhi was backing them. And then he says that Kapil Sibbal, who incidentally has been defending both Sonia and Rahul in the National Herald case in the courts, was physically attacked by some congressmen because he did some plain speaking on the state of affairs within the Congress party. We have seen Anand Sharma giving similar reasons in interviews post his quitting from some committees of the Himachal Congress. We have seen Bhupinder Hooda defending Anand Sharma and telling the national leadership, please listen to what Anand Sharma is saying, what Ghulam Nabi Azad is saying. We don't know whether he's next. Remember, Bhupinder Hooda is, a leader on his own and he's not dependent on the Congress machinery in Haryana. So whether he would want to go his own way. And it's not about, as Sunil Jakhar explained, Aishwarya, it's not about the young and old divide, because every time Rahul Gandhi and his coterie, which Ghulam Nabi mentions 5 times in this letter on page 3, on page 4, is not about youngsters. We have seen youngsters like RPN Singh, we have seen Jyotiraditya Scindia, we have seen Jitin Prasad, we have seen very young Jaivir Shale Gill leaving yesterday. So it's we have seen youngsters also leaving. So it's not about youngsters. Okay, Ghulam Nabi Azad is speaking. Let's go to him, Aishwarya.
Well, Ghulam Nabi Azad had spoken to our colleague Anuj and he has just said that today I complete 50 years. I could not take it for long. I have been with the party since 1977 and worked for the party. Wrong to say I want anything. I resigned from all posts and I wanted to respect from Rahul Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi to stand by me. They humiliated me in meetings. I wished well for the party. Our suggestions were for the good of the party. So that is Ghulam Nabi Azad speaking to our colleague Anuj. His first interview post-quitting. He's saying So he's saying to our colleague that he was humiliated. So it is no more about one leader. It is about anyone who's not a yes man. It is about anyone. It is about anyone who tries to show the mirror to the Gandhis, and that's the problem. That's the anyone who tries to tell reality of the Congress party to the Gandhis is shown the door. And Ghulam Nabi Azad says that today I complete 50 years. 50 years in the Congress party. I could not take it for long. I have been with the party since 1977. And we have our colleague Anuj live with us. Anuj, you have just spoken to Azad. Over to you, Anuj.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Aishwarya, this is big. This is big when now Ghulam Nabi Azad claiming something that has been written in the letter also. Well, while talking to Republic, Ghulam Nabi Azad making it clear that what has happened, the 50-year-long experience with the party, the tallness of the party is very much known, and there Ghulam Nabi Azad making it clear and telling it to the Republic TV, Republic Media Network. There he's making it clear that he has been there from last 50 years. Since 1977 he's been with the party. What he was looking for, the respect from the party. What he was looking, that Rahul Gandhi should stand with him, but he did not get the same. That is something what has been written in the letter also. So I'm reporting from Ghulam Nabi Azad's residence, and now the senior leader Ghulam Nabi Azad has already left the party.
Anuj, he says like all the other Congress party leaders, yes, Anuj, but right from Himanta Biswa Sarma to Jagdambika Pal, to Jitin Prasad, to Jyotiraditya Scindia, humiliation. What do the Gandhis get? What do the Gandhis get by humiliating their own Swesha? Because that is something which every leader, right from Himanta Biswa Sarma to everyone, they have said that they humiliate us. What do the Gandhis get by humiliating their own leaders, the leaders who have brought the Congress party where it stood?
And fact is,
well, that's the larger question at this point in time, that what do they get? Because this is not
a leader of that stature quitting. Yes, Anuj, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what we are saying, that this is not the first time when a senior leader is quitting the party. We have seen Kapil Sibal, we have seen Jyotiraditya Scindia, we have seen the other party leaders leaving the party, and the onus is up to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the top brasses of the party. And there Rahul Gandhi not taking the stand, that what exactly is the stand of the Congress party and what is the stand of Rahul Gandhi himself. That why the senior Congress leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad using these words, saying they have been humiliated in the party. When such a tall leader, the tallness of the leader is known by everyone, is saying that he has been humiliated in the party, and what he was looking, he was looking for a respect.
Anuj, Swesha, what stand are we talking about? Today, the Congress party has been reduced to not even a regional party. The regional players are not comfortable aligning with the Congress party, and this is something which is frustrating, Swesha. These tall leaders, whether it is Kapil Sibal, whether it is Ashwini Kumar, whether it is Ghulam Nabi Azad, or it was Himanta Biswa Sarma, RPN Singh, Jitin Prasad, Jagdambika Pal, everyone has been saying, because the reality is that anyone who shows the mirror to the Gandhis, anyone who is not a yes man to the Gandhis, is shown the door. Get out, we don't care. And today you have these leaders who can speak, yes, Swesha, flamboyant English, come out, flowery English, come out and do these press conferences. But can they win one election? One Lok Sabha election can these leaders win? And that's the problem with the Congress party, that you are allowing these mass leaders, the leaders who can really win elections for you, you are showing them the gate. Because you want yes men in your coterie. You want those leaders who cannot win even a municipal level elections, but are yes men to you. You will keep them in your party. Good luck to you.
That's the bigger
but the problem with
Aishwarya,
these leaders who are mass leaders are saying that you are, Yes, Swesha, please.
Yes, they are not even trying to. There is no attempt to save a sinking ship, because there have been ample exits, and these are big exits that we are talking about. These are big leaders that we are talking about. There are no learnings that are being taken, and the message is going out loud and clear that this is how it will continue in the Congress party. There will be no attempt to correct things. There will be no course correction. There will be no attempt to
It's not about correction, Swesha.
From going or
Swesha, it is not about correction. It is only about, it doesn't matter whether you are faithful to the Congress party or not. Swesha, it doesn't matter whether you are correct or not. The only criteria is either you are faithful to the Congress or you are faithful to the Gandhis. The division is on this line now. And Anuj is there right in front of Ghulam Nabi Azad's residence. You can see a plethora of leaders are going to join Ghulam Nabi Azad, not only from Jammu and Kashmir, but also from Himachal, also from Punjab, I am told, also from Haryana. Because the criteria is either you are loyal to the party or you are loyal to the Gandhis. So you have to choose between the party or the Gandhis. And any Congress loyalist, any person who has worked for the party will choose the party and not one particular family. That's the problem. That's the problem. Anuj is right there outside. You can ask the kind of support Ghulam Nabi Azad is getting.
No, it's certainly been a big jolt to the Congress party, Aishwarya. And Anuj, continue talking to us because this is the first interview that Ghulam Nabi Azad has given to Republic Post quitting. And really now wanting to understand what is going to be the way forward for the big leader. Because as on date, there are enough and many leaders, not just from the Congress party, but so many of those who are unhappy within the Congress party. They're not understanding the inner functioning of the party. And now either they are on their way out or they're really planning what to do next. Let's also understand that this is the big card against the BJP that they can't really set up, but that is not happening. And now they are wondering what to do. So really wanting to understand from you, Anuj, because Zenith was also telling us this morning that, you know, there has been speculation that he could go on to start his own party and he could be joined by the others also. But has this been brewing for very long? Was he still being ignored? He says that he's been humiliated in the party and the others who are also facing a similar treatment. So what from here on? And the Congress party, we heard that news conference this morning. We understand that they're going to hold another one tomorrow. But they continue to say that they are hurt because he was a loyalist. But what about what they should have been doing for the senior leaders?
Well, Shwesha, that's the line of the Congress party, because this is not the first time when we are seeing this kind of happening in the Congress party. We have seen it earlier also when the senior Congress party leaders leaving the party and coming out with the same kind of line and same kind of statement. We have seen Captain Amrinder Singh. We have seen several leaders, the loyalists of the Congress party, who have left the party. Why? Because they were not considered. They were not listened by the top brass, and they were rather not loyalists to Rahul Gandhi and the team, but they were loyalists toward the Congress party. And that's something what has been stated by Ghulam Nabi Azad to Republic TV also, that yes, I was loyalist to the party, I was thinking for the party. What I was looking for? I was looking for a small respect. I was looking for
24 घंटे हैं, इस 24 घंटे में हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उसका सोर्स भी पता करें।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट सर, वो इंजरी मार्क्स की बात कही है, ब्लंट फोर्स से थोड़ा सा क्लैरिफाई करें क्या है
ये। जो जैसा कि कल डीजीपी साहब ने क्लियर किया है कि वो इतनी इंजरी नहीं है कि किसी को डेथ कॉज कर सकें, वो बहुत ही माइनर इंजरीज हैं। और जब एक्यूज से उसको कन्फ्रंट किया गया तो उन्होंने बताया कि जब उसको उठा रहे थे टॉयलेट से, उस समय उसके ये एब्रेजन मार्क्स हैं।
इज इट अ प्रीमेडिटेटेड क्राइम सर, आपको लगता है?
राइट नाउ इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू से, बट सून वी विल व्हाटएवर डिटेल्स कम वी विल शेयर इट विद यू।
हर क्राइम का एक मोटिव रहता है, इनका इसके पीछे क्या मोटिव था कि उनको ड्रग्स देना या फिर ऑलमोस्ट दिल्ली से या नोएडा से इस तरफ आना गोवा में, और ये उनका ड्रीम जो है वो स्पाइक करना।
और सर पहले भी इनके साथ कुछ हरासमेंट हुआ था विक्टिम के साथ इन अप्रोच से?
इस तरह का एविडेंस अभी तक हमारे पास नहीं है कि कोई हरासमेंट हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन चूंकि हर क्राइम के पीछे कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट होता है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसमें भी इनका कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट है।
दिस हार्ट अटैक थियरी इज रूल्ड आउट, वाज देयर अ हार्ट अटैक एट ऑल?
चूंकि जब इसको कल जब पहली बार अस्पताल में लेके गए तो विजिबल इंजरी का मार्क नहीं था, तो फिजिकल एग्जामिनेशन पर डॉक्टर ने ऐसा सस्पेक्ट किया कि शायद ये हार्ट अटैक हो सकता है।
बट इट वाज नॉट, सिर्फ सस्पेक्ट, हार्ट अटैक नहीं था।
तो जो हमारी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसका मुताबिक तो हार्ट अटैक नहीं है।
दिया गया जो सिंथेटिक ड्रग की आप बात करें, उसके इन्फ्लुएंस के चलते ही मौत हुई है।
इट सीम्स टू बी।
इसके अलावा क्या सीसीटीवी कैमरा में कोई और लोग भी मौजूद दिखे या ये 3 लोग दिखे?
जो पुलिस के पास सीसीटीवी कैमरा है उसमें बहुत सारे लोगों को पार्टिंग करते हुए देखा गया।
इन्हीं के साथ
वो अभी एस्टेब्लिश करना है कि हु दे वर एक्चुअली, बट देयर वर मेनी पीपल इन द कर्लिस क्लब।
So the victim's family has alleged the involvement of a former Haryana minister, Gopal Kanda. So have the accused admitted to any of
Till now, they have not admitted anything. We will let you know if anything comes in the investigation.
Forensic report कब तक आएगा सर? Which establishes कि कौन सा ड्रग था क्या था?
This only the forensic expert tell us as to when the report will be given.
सर कर्लिस में ही डेथ हो गई थी या हॉस्पिटल ले जाते हुए?
जब कर्लिस से लेके गए हैं तो उस टैक्सी ड्राइवर को भी ढूंढ लिया, उसको हम स्टेटमेंट देंगे कि उसने किस हालत में वो कर्लिस से होटल में लेके गया और कौन एक जो होटल से उसको लेके गया उसका भी ड्राइवर का हम जैसे ही हमें मिलेगा उसका स्टेटमेंट नंबर हमको मिल गया है।
यहाँ आने का कोई मोटिव क्लियर हो पाया क्योंकि फैमिली बोल रही है कि उन लोगों को भी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं थी।
जो अब तक की इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसके हिसाब से कुछ बॉम्बे से भी कोई ग्रुप आने वाला था जिनके साथ में इनको कोई एक स्मॉल वीडियो बनाना था।
सर ड्रग्स के सिलसिले में इन्होंने बताया कि इन्होंने कहां से लिया है, वेदर कर्ली से इन्होंने प्रोक्योर किया या बाहर से लेके आए।
मैं आपको बता चुका हूं कि अभी तक कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन हो नहीं पाया है। कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में ही एक्यूज कुछ और डिटेल्स देंगे तो वो आपसे शेयर करेंगे।
सर कर्ली के जो ऑनर है उसको भी शायद कल आप लोगों ने बुलाया था, उससे भी पूछना था, उन्होंने कुछ
हम हर प्रकार से हर एंगल से इसको तफ्तीश करेंगे और जो भी एक्यूज पाया जाएगा उसको नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
सर रिसोर्ट के सीसीटीवी कैमरे भी चेक किए गए जब ये वापस पहुंचे थे तो वहाँ कैसे?
वो अभी खुला नहीं है, उसको हम अपने एक्सपर्ट के जरिए उस डीवीआर को खुलवाएंगे।
इस साजिश में और लोग भी शामिल हो सकते हैं या ओनली दीस टू सस्पेक्ट्स हैं?
इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू से।
अच्छा एक परिवार कह रहा था एक और ग्रुप था जो साथ में आया, शायद उसका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है सर, इस बारे में कुछ आपको जानकारी है?
जो कर्लिस में एक एम्प्लॉय ने बताया कि कुछ 2 लड़कियां और भी थी जिनका केक काटते हुए वहां पर कुछ उनके अटेंडेंस ने देखा है, उनको भी हम इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
अच्छा they have been identified sir, have they
been a bit identified and they will also be questioned।
जो ड्रग दी गई थी सर क्या वो इनसे अलग की कुछ और मिली है या इनके पास है?
ये अभी चूंकि कस्टडी अभी ली गई है तो वी विल ट्राई कि इन्होंने बाकी का कहाँ रखा है भी कि नहीं और कहाँ फेंका है क्या किया है। दिस विल कम ओनली थ्रू
प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड मसला हो सकता है या फिर राजनीतिक मसला भी हो सकता है।
राइट नाउ आई कैनॉट एस्टेब्लिश वेदर इट इज पॉलिटिकल और इकोनॉमिक, बट नॉर्मली आप सब जानते हैं जर जोरू जमीन के बिना कोई तीसरा क्राइम मोटिव हुआ नहीं करता।
सो ड्रग में सिर्फ ये सिंथेटिक ड्रग है जो उनको फोर्सफुली दिया गया, इतना ही एस्टैब्लिश कर पाए फिलहाल?
अभी तक जो एक्यूज ने कन्फेस किया है उसी के बेसिस पे मैं आपको
Sir, has the accused confessed to harassing her sexually or molesting her or any of that right now? And also, as per your autopsy report, has this been established?
In autopsy report, nothing like that has been established.
And the accused, sir, has the accused confessed to?
I told you that many things accused will confess during the custodial interrogation, and it is too early to give you the whole details. Accused ऐसा confess करता है, but we just cannot ascertain it.
दोनों में से सर ये ड्रग पिला रहे थे ट्रीटमेंट कौन था सर, सुखविंदर था या सुधीर?
I will say both are co-accused.
सर कितने दिनों के लिए आप कस्टडी में?
We will ascertain it. We do still have around 23 hours to interrogate them. We will let you know tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the police briefing that just concluded, putting out updates on the Sonali Phogat murder case, where the police informing the 2 aides have been arrested. This after the autopsy had shown multiple blunt force injuries. Piyush is joining us live from Goa. Piyush, this is very important because we are being told that one of them was the personal assistant of Sonali Phogat and the other was his friend, and they were the 2 people who had accompanied Phogat when she had arrived in Goa on the 22nd of August. So this is an important point in the investigation. And what more have you been able to find out on the ground? Other than that, what are the developments expected? Piyush.
Well, if we talk about this entire case, many things have now come out. The top officer of Goa Police has just done a press conference and he has detailed as to how she was drugged. These people were there with her for 2 hours and she has not died of cardiac arrest. She has died of this very drug. This is what the police officers have told us. Remember that the family members have been alleging foul about this entire case. They have been mentioning that the day when Sonali Phogat was was found dead on the very last night of that particular day. She had called to her family members and told them that she was not feeling well. She had complained of uneasiness. In fact, she had also told to her brother-in-law that she has found some sort of important thing about Sukhvinder and also Sudhir, the PA of Sonali Phogat. So multiple things have now come out. Police has come out with a press conference where it has made it very clear that it was not a natural death, it was an unnatural death, and she did not die of cardiac arrest. She died of the drugs. Remember that police continues to investigate, and police has also mentioned about the fact that these two persons have now been arrested. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as Goa police details out the entire theory of Sonali Phogat's unnatural death. Stay tuned for more updates.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectation.
And we continue to get you updates in the Sonali Phogat murder case, a police briefing that has just concluded, and the police also confirming that according to the investigation, drugs were fed to her at the party. Also, how 2 accused have been arrested in this case, who include Phogat's PA Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhvinder Vasi. They were arrested late evening after hours of questioning, and they were accompanied by Phogat when she had arrived in Goa on the 22nd of August. Now, this is of course after a complaint that was filed by her brother Rinku Dhaka, and not just that, her family members who seek justice also alleging that she was murdered by her PA and his friend. So the top focus is on the murder probe, and most importantly, as the investigation proceeds further, police confirming that there is certainly foul play in Phogat's death and drugs were fed to her at the party. They continue in the investigation as the postmortem had also revealed that there were several multiple blunt force injuries on the body, which completely changed the course of the investigation, as earlier on it was suspected that she could have died due to a heart attack, but that theory has been completely busted after the post-mortem that was conducted. And now this is the latest that is coming in, the police confirming that drugs were fed to her at the party. They're trying to get into further details of who else is responsible and what exactly are the roles of the accused. But a quick update for our viewers, as 2 of the accused, Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhvinder Vasi, were arrested late evening after hours of questioning. I want to go back to my colleague Piyush, who continues to stay with us from Goa as he's getting further details from the ground. Piyush, this is a big update. The police confirming that drugs were fed to her at the party and they are suspecting foul play.
Well, absolutely. That is a very big update which is now coming in from Goa police, where police has made it very clear that she was drugged. In fact, these two people were there with her for 2 hours and she has died. She has not died of cardiac arrest. Remember that earlier the theory which was being propagated was that she was died of cardiac arrest. Now police has come out with all the details of the investigation. These two people, Sukhwinder and Sudhir Sangwan, they have been arrested. And if we talk about these two people, one of them, Sudhir Sangwan, is he was working with Sonali Phogat. After this short break, we will be getting more details as Goa police has detailed out the entire points of investigation which has taken so far in the alleged murder case of Sonali Phogat. Stay tuned for more updates.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28th, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28th. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended.
And shifting focus to Bengaluru, where India continues to fight the pothole terror. Another pothole terror video that has emerged from Bengaluru, this even as we continue to see public outrage against the BBMP and not much has been done to fix the larger issue. We'll try and play out that video shortly from now. This is a video that has now emerged from Bengaluru, and we continue to see how the pothole menace is haunting people. We are getting details of how a scooty rider had badly been injured after falling, but Niranjan has all the details on this. Niranjan, if you could confirm for us as we stay with these pictures, absolutely horrific to what this could have led to, and lives that are at stake as the BBMP is not fixing this and not accountable for this situation.
Yeah. Just a second, the video, let's go full frame to the video, Suesha. This video has come, was tweeted by a viewer and by a citizen of Bengaluru. So let me go full frame. That's a citizen video. Basically a dash cam video. That was tweeted. So you can see in this video a rider. It's a video of a rider who's riding a two-wheeler, and there's a pothole and the citizen falls, runs over the pothole and falls. We're trying to get Mohandas on the phone line as well, because he's been talking about this, and I think this just raises questions about the nature of action that is needed to be taken right now in Bengaluru, because so many cases of pothole accidents are being reported. We'll take a short break. And we'll come back. But it's another video that has come in, and I think it's just this video tweeted by a citizen of Bengaluru tells you exactly why. I think his name is Rajesh, a citizen of Bengaluru who tweeted this video, raises many questions. Taking a short break. Back with details of this story and so much more. Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned. Telling you more about that as well. Stay tuned.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Magh massacre case, in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected the plea of the J&K prosecution wing, in which it was said that the case be moved to a safer location or some free trial with the fresh trial be inducted in the case, as the witness fear while going to depose their statement in the Shopian, where the case was originally registered and the trial was going on. Now the High Court has recalled its decision of 2014 and the next date of hearing has been scheduled on 15th of September, in which the next process will be followed. But this is a big move by the J&K High Court to deliver justice to the Kashmiri Pandits. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case, as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that special CBI court
And reacting to Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation from the Grand Old Party, ex-Congress leader Jerry Shergill took a jibe at the Congress Party and said that the Congress has transformed into the kind of party that does not work for people. He also said that there might be many more leaders that will quit the Congress Party in the future.
Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is the correct diagnosis of how Indian National Congress has transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PA security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India.
Addressing a news conference moments after senior leader from the Congress Party, Ghulam Nabi Azad, had resigned from the party, senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh termed his step to resign from the Grand Old Party as unfortunate.
It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress Party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP
Reacting to the veteran leader's resignation, NC Chief Farooq Abdullah added that Azad had left the party due to an internal rift, and he said that the Congress must work to bring back all its pivotal leaders.
In Sonali Phogat murder case, Goa police has confirmed that she was drugged in a liquid form by her associate and the accused that has been arrested by Goa police. That one is a personal assistant, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder. Both will be produced before the court. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court, and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Mug massacre case in which
the Indian Army has foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistani terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August, culminating in killing of 3 terrorists and recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. On 24th of August, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. Intensive electronic surveillance of the suspected area led to the detention of the attempt on 25th of August. Terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth, foliage and continuous rain and low clouds to infiltrate. The contact with terrorists was established at about 8:45 am on 25th of August in the forward areas of Indian side of the LOC. Indian Army's successful operation has not only led to the elimination of 3 Pakistani terrorists, but has also resulted in foiling Pakistan's nefarious design and intent to disrupt peace, prosperity and normalcy in J&K. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you updates and more reactions that are pouring in. Top brass flies out. Another congressman has walked out. Part of Congress that is completely rejected now.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 am today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court, and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment.
In a major crackdown, the Manipur Police Anti-Drug Cell of Imphal has busted a fake currency racket from Urup, Kangthak village. The police informed that 2 officials have been arrested in the matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency. They further added that a huge contraband of drugs consisting of world is yours drugs, 60 grams of heroin, 26 bundles and 89 numbers of 500 fake currency notes were seized. As per a report of the agencies, there have been instances where it has been found that the fake currency has been smuggled from the neighboring countries. It is pertinent to note that the number of counterfeit bank notes has come down because of the decision of demonetization. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And we continue to get you further reactions after the short break. On the top story we're tracking this afternoon, Ghulam Nabi Azad has quit the Vadra Congress, completely rejected now.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will
You're watching Superfast 50 and I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started with Superfast 50. The story number 1. In yet another setback for the Grand Old Party, senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, in a letter to Congress President Sonia Gandhi, resigned from all positions of the Congress party, including the primary membership of the party. Azad's resignation follows a series of exits of senior leaders from the party, including Jyotiraditya Scindia, J.V. Shergill, Jitin Prasad, among others. Republic Access Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation, which revealed that all senior leaders were sidelined. There were glaring examples of immaturity and childish behavior which subverted authority and decision-making over critical issues. Questioning the timing of exit congresses, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that no one would have known the Jammu and Kashmir leader Azad if it were not the Gandhis. He further said that Azad's remarks against the Congress leadership were not appropriate.
आजाद साहब जैसे व्यक्ति को जो कांग्रेस ने सब कुछ दिया है, आज पहचान उनके देश में तो कांग्रेस के कारण से है, इंदिरा गांधी के कारण से है, राजीव गांधी के कारण से है, नरसिम्हा जी के कारण से हैं और सोनिया गांधी के कारण से हैं।
Reacting to the Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation from the Grand Old Party, ex-Congress leader J.V. Shargil took a jibe at Congress and said that Congress has transformed into the kind of party that does not work for the people. He also said that there might be many more leaders that will quit the Congress party in the future.
Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is the correct diagnosis of how Indian National Congress has transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PA security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India.
Addressing a press conference moments after senior leader from Congress, Ghulam Nabi Azad, resigned from the Congress party, senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh termed his step to resign as unfortunate.
It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party
Again, some breaking news at this point of time, viewers, on your screen. Aam Aadmi Party is facing more trouble. That's what we're asking at this point of time. Exclusive from Republic coming in at this point of time, viewers. In fact, the LGS saw a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department enacting on the CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools. The report was found gross, I repeat, gross irregularities and procedural lapses in execution of the project was sent by the CBC to the Secretary Vigilance on 17th of February 2020, seeking comments for further investigation and action. So this is big news coming in. The LG now has sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department enacting on the CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government. So this is coming as a big setback to the Aam Aadmi Party. And the school project which the Aam Aadmi Party keeps saying is something which is commendable. The entire world talks about the progress made in education. That is under the lens. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, is joining me for more. Abhishek, take us through this report which has been sought from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department.
Well, so what is important is, Shivani, that the school education bit of the Aam Aadmi Party government, CM Arvind Kejriwal with Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, as direct in charge of education, is seen as a showcase of the AAP government. And remember the NYT article which was talked about, what essentially was about schools and what wonders education in public schools run by the Delhi government under Manish Sisodia. And now this Chief Secretary view by a Central Vigilance Commission report which came about 2.5 years back was not acted upon, which was scathing in its observations and said that in many cases the additional rooms that were built were not needed or the construction was of poor quality, and the PWD was entrusted the task of constructing about 2,700 plus 2,500 plus schools or classrooms, in fact, in 193 or 200 plus schools, and there was a survey carried out by the PWD, and a projected total requirement of 7,180 equivalent of classrooms in 194 schools. What is important is, according to the CVC, a complaint for investigation into this was received sometime in 2019, following which the CVC carried out the investigation. And it seems the construction costs escalated up to 90% in the name of richer specification. The Delhi got sanctioned the cost escalation of about 500 crores. So in terms of monies involved, as they say, you're looking at something like 500 crore rupees gone here and there because of cost escalation and violation of norms of the worksman that the PWD is supposed to follow. So I think in that sense, it's going to be another clash, so to say, between the Delhi government and the LG Shivangi. And as I said, this is yet another instance where
right. So Abhishek, definitely this is going to be another big face-off between the Delhi LG and the Aam Aadmi Party government, Abhishek. Now, of course, could you also explain to us that how do you think that the Aam Aadmi Party might react to this development? Because they have been talking about the New York Times article every time, even after questions were raised about the liquor policy.
Well, so liquor policy, again, politically speaking, Shivangi, the fact that the excise is with the excise department was with Manish Sisodia, and the education department is also with Manish Sisodia, and the Aam Aadmi Party was always maintaining that why are you looking at excise policy? Please look at our showcase education policy and the manner in which we have implemented it and made the public schools so wonderful. And now it seems that there was an element of cost escalation involved. I am not saying it is a scam, but an investigation has to take place. The CVC report is clear. At least it talks about irregularities and why the chief secretary did not act on it. The recommendation that were made by the CVC, that's the explanation that has been sought by the LG. So I think it's only a matter of time before really the BJP is going to pick it up, Shivangi, and then you can expect that this is going to lead to another round of political altercation that's going to take place between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi.
Well, Abhishek, the charges are that the Delhi government sanctioned cost escalation of rupees 500 crore without tender, and the construction costs escalated by up to 90% in the name of specifications without calling tender. So these are very serious allegations which are being made at this point of time as well. Just take us through what exactly that report is alleging, that the Aam Aadmi Party did not follow certain protocols and rules when it comes to their education policy and the building of classrooms, Abhishek.
So education policy is one aspect, Shivangi. So obviously there would still be the possibility that the Aam Aadmi Party would say the focus on education, focus on the quality of education. But for example, I'm just going through this CVC report, which says that tenders were floated for works originally proposed and approved, but later on awarded contract value against the proposals varied from 17 to 90% on account of introduction of richer specifications. So obviously the Aam Aadmi Party government could say, okay, fine, we were trying to make the quality of the rooms better. We were trying to make them more comfortable, perhaps giving ACs in the public rooms and that's public schools, and that's going to be a big thing for kids coming in from poorer backgrounds, that they are studying in schools where they have plush amenities. But then obviously that explanation has to come. As I said, that this is an information we are breaking about the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi querying from the Chief Secretary as to why the CVC report, with all its scathing comments and the recommendations that were there, were not implemented. So I think we have to wait before an explanation comes from the Aam Aadmi Party. But as I said, like in the case of excise policy, there is potential that this might escalate, given the fact that according to the CVC report, Shivangi, almost 500 crore rupees worth of cost escalation took place. In fact, the report goes on to say that the sanctioned amount of these projects was rupees 989 crores. The award value of tenders was rupees 860 crores, but the actual expenditure went up to about 13-15 crores. So again, 500 to 550 crore rupees kind of cost escalation taking place. You can expect that the Aam Aadmi Party would come back with a press conference and put across its side. This interestingly comes on a day when a day-long session of the Delhi Assembly is taking place, in which the Aam Aadmi Party government is already battling the charges that are leveled against it in the excise policy, then the liquor gate scam, as it is being called now. But in this case also, it would be even more difficult perhaps given the fact that till now, at least in the case of excise policy, they could say that this was aimed at increasing revenue, which would have ultimately gone back to people. But this is a case where your showcase policy of education of Delhi public schools and public schools under the Delhi government, they have faced cost escalation of the kind where there might be an element of having taken cuts. We don't know. The CVC report says that this is there has to be some action on this. And now, with the Lieutenant Governor seeking explanation from the Chief Secretary, you can expect this another round of politics is in order between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi now.
Right. Abhishek, it seems as if the LG is questioning the Delhi schools now after they raised the issue of the excise policy of New Delhi. And that's when we saw that the CBI had filed an FIR into that case, and there were raids which happened in Manish Sisodia's residence. But it was very interesting to note, Abhishek, and if you could also explain to us how do you think this will play out in the next few days, because after even Manish Sisodia got raided by the CBI and the case against him, he was the number one accused in that CBI FIR. He went on with Arvind Kejriwal all the way to Gujarat, where they spoke about the great work that the Delhi government is doing. So even after that, they have gone ahead and rejected all the allegations coming in from the central government as well. So do you think right now that the Aam Aadmi Party, when it comes to response, is going to be resolute in its response, saying that this is one more attempt by the government to target us? Or do you think that there could be some certain responsibility that they should take right now with so many allegations upon them, Abhishek?
Well, Shivangi, obviously we have to wait for the Aam Aadmi Party to come out with a response. Let's go to Maninder Singh Sirsa. He's joining us over the phone, Delhi BJP leader. Mr. Sirsa, another round of politicking likely. How would you respond to this decision of the Lieutenant Governor seeking action from the Chief Secretary on a Central Vigilance Commission report which talks about irregularity in construction of additional plants?
वहाँ और इसके साथ हमारे गुलजार साहब एक्स एमएलए और 2 बार जीते हैं, ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग भी हैं, और इसके साथ हमारे चौधरी अकरम साहब जो एमएलए जीते हैं 2014 में, और उसके अलावा ये चेयरमैन हैं एसटी सेल के जम्मू कश्मीर के। मोहम्मद अमीन भट्ट साहब जो 2 बार, एक बार एमएलसी और एक बार एमएलए रहे हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में, और ये यूएक्स यूथ प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं जम्मू कश्मीर कांग्रेस के। आज जो फैसला आज़ाद साहब ने लिया है, हम उसको लब्बैक कहते हैं, और हमने उनकी दिशा में और उनकी सपोर्ट में 5 के 5 एमएलएज ने, एक्स मिनिस्टर्स ने रेजिग्नेशन दिया है, जिसकी कापी आप सबको हम पेश करते हैं। आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर में जब 2014 में इलेक्शन हुआ और 2014 में 12 एमएलए कांग्रेस के जीत गए, जिसमें 3 लद्दाख के और 9 जो थे वो रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर के जीते। जब यूटी में वो अलग हो गए तो अब हम रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर यूटी के 9 एमएलए रह गए, और 9 में से 3 एमएलए जो हैं वो उन्होंने पार्टी छोड़ दी, कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ दी, और अब हम टोटल 6 रह गए, जिस 6 में हम 5 जो हैं, जनाब अब्दुल रशीद हाजी साहब मिनिस्टर और एमएलए, गुलजार साहब मिनिस्टर और ये जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट एंड एमएलए, अमीन साहब भट्ट स्टेट एक्स वाइस प्रेसिडेंट यूथ कांग्रेस, और 2 बार एमएलए और एमएलसी हमारे चौधरी अकरम साहब सुरनकोट से पुनः से ये एसटी सेल के चेयरमैन और एमएलए 2014 में जीते। अब इसमें टोटल हम 6 रह गए, 6 में 5 हम आपके सामने हैं। अमीन साहब अभी मस्जिद में हैं, उनका रिजिग्नेशन का दस्तखत वगैरह भी यहाँ उनने दे दिया है। और उसके साथ हम 5 इसमें आज़ाद साहब की सपोर्ट में आज रिजिग्नेशन देते हैं। और उसके साथ एक जो रहता है उसको प्रेसिडेंट JKPC का बनाया गया, अब वो अकेला है, तो लिहाजा हम सब जो हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से रिजिग्नेशन देकर आज़ाद साहब की फुल सपोर्ट करते हैं। क्योंकि जिस आज़ाद साहब ने जो स्टालवार लीडर हैं, जिन्होंने खास करके रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर की आवाज़ एज ए LOP, एज ए अपोजिशन लीडर और एज ए चीफ मिनिस्टर जो जम्मू कश्मीर में काम किया है, वो सराहनीय है। और जिसके साथ उन्होंने रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर को स्टेटहुड वापस देना और 4 अगस्त 2019 की पोजीशन में वापस लाने, 4 अगस्त 2019 की पोजीशन जो है वो बरकरार रखने के लिए पार्लियामेंट में घंटों धरना दिया। लिहाजा हम उसको सल्यूट करते हैं। रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर में एज ए CM चीफ मिनिस्टर जो उन्होंने वहाँ पे मेडिकल कॉलेजेस दिए, जो उन्होंने वहाँ पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट दिए, जो उन्होंने वहाँ तहसीलें दी, जो उन्होंने ब्लॉक दिए, जो उन्होंने टूरिज्म बनाया। क्योंकि टूरिज्म जम्मू कश्मीर में जून के महीने में आता था। आज़ाद साहब के एक हिस्टोरिकल एशिया का सबसे बड़ा टूरिज्म बनाया, जिसकी वजह से मार्च में जो है वो टूरिस्ट जो है कश्मीर में उसे देखने के लिए आते हैं। उन्होंने हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई भाईचारे को कायम रखते हुए यात्री भवन को कायम, वो जो निर्णय लेंगे आज़ाद साहब, अभी तो आज रिजिग्नेशन दिया, आज तो रिजिग्नेशन दिया।
कितने पदाधिकारी जम्मू कश्मीर में बचे हैं कांग्रेस के?
अभी बचेगा कौन बचेगा? सब आज़ाद साहब के साथ हैं और आज़ाद साहब को बहसते चीफ मिनिस्टर हम प्रूव करके देंगे इंशाल्लाह।
सरकार बनाएंगे।
हमारे सलमान साहब जो चीफ स्पोक्समैन हैं हमारे यहाँ कश्मीर के, देखिए
आज़ाद साहब डिसाइड करेंगे। और जो भी
चौधरी अकरम साहब हैं हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के मौजूद। अकरम साहब, क्या कुछ हुआ है आज? आप सभी लोगों ने रेजिग्नेशन दिया है, कितने लोग हैं?
हम 5 MLA हैं। कांग्रेस के वहाँ टोटल 12 MLA थे 2014 में। अब चूँकि यूटी है, उसके बाद क्योंकि हमारे 3 MLA आते थे ले और कलगर से, लद्दाख से, वो क्योंकि यूटी में चले गए, वो हमारे साथ नहीं है। दूसरे 3 MLA कांग्रेस छोड़ के चले गए थे पहले।
जी हाथ में पकड़ो ना। जी
ठीक, तो वो चले गए, तो उसके बाद हम रह गए 5।
जनाबे आज़ाद साहब जिंदाबाद, जनाबे आज़ाद साहब
जिंदाबाद। आज़ाद साहब आगे बढ़ो,
हम आपके साथ हैं।
आज़ाद साहब आगे बढ़ो,
हम आपके साथ हैं।
आज़ाद साहब आगे बढ़ो,
हम आपके साथ हैं।
आज़ाद साहब जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद,
आज़ाद साहब जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद।
चीफ मिनिस्टर कैसा हो?
आज़ाद साहब जैसा हो।
चीफ मिनिस्टर कैसा हो?
आज़ाद साहब जैसा हो।
जी अकरम साहब, आप बताइए, आप जितने लोग बचे हैं, अभी कितने टोटल लोग बचे?
6 MLA थे ना, एक हम 5 हैं।
5 MLA,
5 ही है हमारे पास।
MLA जो थे कांग्रेस पार्टी के
टोटल थे 12 में से 3 लद्दाख के चले गए, 3 ने कांग्रेस पहले ही छोड़ दी थी 2 साल पहले ही। ठीक, पीछे हम बचे थे 6। एक को ये परसों PCC प्रेसिडेंट बनाया स्टेट का। हम 5 यहाँ मौजूद हैं जिसके साइन है, हम सब ने रिजाइन किया।
आगे क्या करना है?
आगे हम हैं गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब के साथ।
क्या पार्टी बनाएंगे? नहीं कहा, ये भी जा रहा है कि एक नई पार्टी का सूत्र बता रहे हैं।
ये वही बेहतर बता सकते हैं, हम उनके फैसले के साथ हैं। वो अगर नई पार्टी, सुनिए ना, वो अगर नई पार्टी बनाएंगे हम उनके साथ, सिंपल बात।
और फिर आगे की रणनीति कांग्रेस का कैसे देखते हैं फ्यूचर फिर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर?
जम्मू कश्मीर में देखिए, मेरी तीसरी पीढ़ी कांग्रेस में है, लेकिन कांग्रेस की स्थिति जो इन पिछले सालों में खराब हुई, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब जब चीफ मिनिस्टर से 2008 तक, उसके बाद कांग्रेस अच्छी नहीं चली वहाँ। ठीक, जो भी कांग्रेस का वर्कर है वो कांग्रेस को पसंद नहीं करता था, कांग्रेस में नहीं चल पाई, कांग्रेस के वर्करों को हरास किया गया विद इन पार्टी, जो हमारी बात है।
एक तरफ तो ये ज़मीनी सच्चाई है जो आप बता रहे हैं, एक गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब ने जो 5 पेज की चिट्ठी लिखी है उसमें साफ करा है कि आला कमान क्या कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी सुनते नहीं हैं, ह्यूमिलेशन वर्ड का यूज
हुआ
वो कैसे क्या करते हैं?
देखिए, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब का वहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर में पुतला जलाया गया, एक कांग्रेस के वर्कर ने चलाया। उसको शो काज नोटिस तक नहीं दिया गया हाईकमांड की तरफ से, बल्कि उसको दिल्ली के अंदर बुलाकर हार डाले गए। इतनी इंसल्ट करने के बावजूद भी किसी और पार्टी में देखिए आप, अगर छोटी सी भी किसी लीडर को इतने बड़े स्टार वार्ड के अगर मतलब उसका अफीजी जलाया जाए और कोई पूछे तक ना, फिर उसको हार बनाया जाए।
क्या आजाद साहब क्या कहते हैं कि अब इस पार्टी में कुछ बचा नहीं?
बिल्कुल, अगर इसमें कुछ रहता, कुछ बचा होता तो आजाद साहब क्यों रिजाइन करते? क्योंकि इस पार्टी ने आजाद साहब को बहुत कुछ दिया, हम ये मानते हैं। लेकिन जिस पार्टी के अंदर इज्जत नहीं रहती है, आपके घर में अगर आपकी इज्जत नहीं की जाती है, क्या आप घर बैठ सकते हैं? कभी आप पसंद नहीं करेंगे।
आप लोगों ने रेजिग्नेशन दिया, 5 MLAs ने आज रेजिग्नेशन दे दिया, और कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो रिजाइन करने वाले हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी? आजाद साहब का मुझे जो बताया गया, मैं आपको बता दूं कि आजाद साहब का सीनियर लीडरशिप से भी डिस्कशन चल रहा है। ग्रुप ऑफ 23 जो हैं वो भी मिलने आएंगे आजाद साहब से। तो सीनियर लीडर्स भी क्या अब देख के, आजाद साहब ने क्योंकि बुलंदी से स्टेप उठाए, तो क्या देख के अब पहल करेंगे?
हो सकता है, ये फिर मैं उनके बारे में तो कुछ कह नहीं सकता। मुझे आप जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में पूछिए, लोगों के बारे में पूछिए। हमारे वहाँ जितने डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट हैं, जितने ब्लॉक प्रेसिडेंट हैं, DDC मेंबर हैं, BDC मेंबर हैं, वो सारे रिजाइन करेंगे।
सब रिजाइन करेंगे?
इंशाल्लाह रिजाइन करेंगे सब, कांग्रेस से रिजाइन करके आजाद साहब की सपोर्ट में।
उसमें सारी हिस्ट्री है कि क्यों उन्होंने,
लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी।
Viewers, explosive news break right now. More resignations coming in. 5 MLAs and ministers, former MLAs and ministers have quit, and they are categorically saying that we are with Ghulam Nabi Azad and we'll follow Ghulam Nabi Azad wherever he goes. This is the big news coming in right now. Remember, just a short while back, in a massive setback to Congress, senior leader and ex-Jammu and Kashmir CM Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from the primary membership of the Sonia Gandhi-led party. And in his 5-page resignation letter, Ghulam Nabi Azad exposed Congress and cited several reasons behind the failure of his grand party. And you just heard right now, we got to the top updates that 5 former MLAs and ministers have also quit. And they have said that they were not treated well, they were not given priority as well. Well, much more coming up on the other side. This is a big news break on Republic TV. We track every development as 5 more former MLAs and ministers have quit now and dumped the Vadra Congress. Stay tuned.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army.
सर्वाइवल के लिए कांग्रेस को एक मजबूत संगठन के रूप में दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए हमको आत्मचिंतन की आवश्यकता है और कुछ वो सुधार लाने मूलभूत, चाहे वो प्राइमरी यूनिट हो, ब्लॉक कमेटी हो, ज़िला हो और देश में, जिससे कांग्रेस का एक ऐसा सोच बने अपनी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए कि आम कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व पूरे राष्ट्र में हर निर्णय में अपने आप को शामिल समझे। शायद गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी की जो अपेक्षाएं थी कि जो बातें उनके और सोनिया जी के बीच में भी हुई हैं, इस तरह अगर मेरे और सोनिया जी के बीच में कोई बातचीत होती है वो मेरे को और उनको ही पता होता है, तो कहाँ ये बात बिगड़ी, ये भी हमारे लिए समझना ज़रूरी होगा, जो मुझे अभी जानकारी नहीं। तो जैसे मैंने कहा, ये दुख की बात है, हम निरंतर कमज़ोर होते जा रहे हैं।
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking in the Sonali Phogat murder case. 2 accused arrested. Police confirms foul play. Stay tuned.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28th, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28th. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators.
Against Manish Sisodia, and through it the Ahmad.
Top headlines at 3:30 p.m. Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadras fully rejected now. As he exits the Congress, Azad blames Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul's childish behavior is behind the party's downfall. Azad blames Congress. Coterie says new coterie of inexperienced leaders are running the party. After Azad exit, back-to-back resignations in the Congress, more Jammu and Kashmir leaders dump the Vadras. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in the school development project. Goa police says Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by two accused, both accused now arrested. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. We got a big news break after Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from all positions, including primary membership of Congress party. Now we have learned that five former MNAs and ministers from Jammu and Kashmir have also resigned. They have dumped Vadra Congress and they're saying categorically, we are with Ghulam Nabi Azad. Ghulam Nabi Azad, in a stinging resignation letter, said that the veteran politician slammed Rahul Gandhi. Azad slammed Rahul Gandhi's leadership in that very scathing letter that we have got for you on Republic TV, and we showed you that when it first came, and blamed him for the party's downfall. He says a new coterie of inexperienced leaders are running the party. We're getting back-to-back resignations also coming in, and they've hit the party after Azad's exit. Here are the fresh reactions coming in on this big story.
The fact that a youngster like me complained about the sycophant Darbari culture, and now a senior seasoned leader who has given his blood and sweat to the party is speaking about it becoming a club of PAs and security guards shows that leaders across age groups are disappointed, frustrated by this entire coterie culture which is thriving in the Indian National Congress. Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is the correct diagnosis of how Indian National Congress has transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PAs, security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India. It is tragic that on one hand, in front of the nation, a PR exercise in the name of Bharat Jodo is being launched, but in reality, this cabal is working within the Congress party on Congress Todo Abhiyan, pushing out, elbowing out all the well-meaning leaders who have nothing but goodwill for the Indian National Congress. I think this letter speaks loudly the sentiments of many thousands and lakhs of well-meaning Congress workers, well-meaning Congress leaders who are troubled by this Darwari culture. The top leadership of the Indian National Congress now will have a clear choice, or rather will have to make a clear choice, whether to ensure that Indian National Congress remains a political party, or whether it is now only a adda of these sycophants and darbaris. The truth of the matter is, people of India have the trust deficit between people of India and Indian National Congress is growing day by day. The fact is that it pains many young people like me, many senior people, many middle-aged people, that now Congress is being given on for management and franchise, and Congress का ठेका दे दिया है इन दरबारियों को.
And I think what is happening now, this collapsing of the largest opposition group in the country is collapsing like a house of cards. It's sad for the democracy, but I think they refuse to acknowledge what they were confronted with, what were the shortcomings, or not shortcomings, they were glaring acts of, or even deliberate attempts to undermine the party. It seems like they were on a mission of harakiri, Congress has done.
कि कांग्रेस की सर्वाइवल के लिए कांग्रेस को एक मजबूत संगठन के रूप में दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए हमको आत्मचिंतन की आवश्यकता है, और कुछ वो सुधार लाने मूलभूत, चाहे वो प्राइमरी यूनिट हो, ब्लॉक कमेटी हो, ज़िला हो, और देश में, जिससे कांग्रेस का एक ऐसा सोच बने अपनी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए कि आम कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व पूरे राष्ट्र में हर निर्णय में अपने आप को शामिल समझे। शायद गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी की जो अपेक्षाएं थी कि जो बातें उनके और सोनिया जी के बीच में भी हुई हैं, इस तरह अगर मेरे और सोनिया जी के बीच में कोई बातचीत होती है वो मेरे को और उनको ही पता होता है, तो कहाँ ये बात बिगड़ी ये भी हमारे लिए समझना ज़रूरी होगा, जो मुझे अभी जानकारी नहीं। तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि दुख की बात है, हम निरंतर कमज़ोर होते जा रहे हैं।
Viewers, this is a big breaking development and Gursimran is joining me from Jammu. Gursimran, we have learned and we just saw it happening live that 5 former MLAs and ministers have now quit. They are saying very categorically, Gursimran, that we will follow Ghulam Nabi Azad wherever he goes. What's the top update coming from there?
See Shivangi, the 6th resignation is here with me. This is R.S. Chib, the former Congress minister who has now tendered his resignation from the Congress party and shot a letter to Sonia Gandhi, clearly mentioning that the Congress party stands nowhere and lost the momentum. R.S. Chib has shot a letter a couple of minutes back. He's joined with me. Mr. Chib, you have resigned from the Congress party, 6th in the line, going with Azad. What was the reason?
You know, reason is simple. As I told you that I have been very closely associated with the party and I did very well when I was a member of the party. Now, you know that our state for last couple of years have been passing through a great turmoil. So, in such situation, I think there was a responsibility on the part of the Indian National Congress. Indian National Congress, which has got a glorious history, and the Congress could play a very decisive role in solving the problem of the people. But I think the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir could not come up to the expectation of the people of the state. It has lost its momentum of working with the people, for the people, so that they could do something, you know, in solving the problem of the people.
You feel that the central leadership somehow neglected what the inputs you have been giving to them over a longer period of time for almost 7 to 8 years?
Please, you will forgive me, central leadership was equally confused as the party in the state level. So party at the state level as well as the central leadership was totally confused about J&K. And in the absence, as I told you, in the absence of a decisive leadership like Ghulam Nabi Azad, had Ghulam Nabi Azad been at the helms of the affairs, or if he would have been taken into confidence, he has done a wonderfully well when he was the Chief Minister of the state and all that. But I think he was totally ignored. His advice was not taken at all. So I think because of that, the situation have come up and people are trending the resignation after the resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Will this be the 6th and the last resignation, or more people are following you? You are in touch?
Well, I don't know. You are saying 6, I don't know. But how many have resigned, how many are going to resign and all that. But I have resigned as per my conscience, and I think the situation demanded that we should resign from this party, the party where there is no consideration for the people, those who work for the party, and where there is a psychophancy and all that. So I think the Ghulam Nabi Azad has taken a right decision, and I have also taken a decision like that. So I personally feel that I am with Ghulam Nabi Azad.
You will remain with Ghulam Nabi Azad. The next step seems to be a new political outfit by Ghulam Nabi Azad.
I do not know whether Azad Sahab will go for a new outfit or not. That will be his decision. But wherever he is, I am with him and I will remain with him.
You see a new front that you are with. This is for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, that in the past you also say that you have proved yourself.
You know, as you know that after the state have been made a union territory, for almost 3 years now, so the problems of the people are getting multiplied. I won't say possibly on the militancy front, certain good steps also have been taken, but at the same time when we talk about the price index and all that, when we talk about the other things and all that, petrol, diesel prices and all that, I think their Congress have failed to do its bit.
Sir, last question. By now, your resignation must have reached the High Command, since it has already been 5 to 10 minutes you have sent it. What will be your last suggestion to the Congress High Command, as you have been the soldier of the Congress Party for quite a long after serving in the Indian Air Force? What will be your last suggestion, advice to the Congress Party?
Well, I don't know they will take my advice or not, but they must see all over the country. Congress must see writing on the wall. There are people, they are educated people also. They should understand that what is happening in the country. They should understand what is happening in our state and all that. So they should see writing on the wall and then act accordingly.
So the Congress should see writing on the wall. The 6th minister, former MLA, who has joined the list of the resignations in favor of Ghulam Nabi Azad, and clearly saying that the Congress needs to see what is happening and they should not close their eyes and feel that all is well. Yes, Shivangi, back to studios.
All right, thank you, Gursimran. So we just told you right now, and Gursimran got you that big update that now 6, I repeat, 1 number up in the last half an hour. 6 former MLAs and ministers have now quit the Vadra Congress. Time for more reactions coming in this big story.
मगर मैं नहीं समझता सेहत का मामला, ये मैं समझता हूँ सियासी मसला है। इनको ये लगा कि इन्हें वो मोहब्बत और वो प्यार नहीं मिल रहा होगा जो पहले था, या जो एतबार इन पे था वो नहीं था। कुछ हो सकता है ऐसा, मैं समझता हूँ। इसके सिवा मैं कुछ जानता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने आज़ाद साहब से बात की नहीं। मुझे आज़ाद साहब के मन की बात पता नहीं है, आगे क्या करें ये भी पता नहीं। आज भी इन्हें जिन्होंने छोड़ रखा है इनको फिर से सोचना चाहिए, और कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप को ये सोचना चाहिए कि इन कदावर लीडरों को कैसे वापस ला सकें। इनसे बात करें, इनके दिलों की बात को सुनने की कोशिश करें और उस पर अमल करने की कोशिश करें।
We continue to be live and breaking now. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in the school development project. Plus, Goa police says Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by 2 accused. Both accused now arrested.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Mug massacre case, in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected the plea of the J&K prosecution wing, in which it was said that the case be moved to a safer location, or some free trial with the fresh trial be inducted in the case, as the witness fear while going to depose their statement in the Shopian, where the case was originally registered and the trial was going on. Now the High Court has recalled its decision of 2014 and the next date of hearing has been scheduled on 15th of September, in which the next process will be followed. But this is a big move by the J&K High Court to deliver justice to the Kashmir.
to be live and breaking, and the big news coming in at this point of time. 6 former MLAs and ministers have quit. They have resigned. They have dumped the Vadra Congress just after Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad had resigned from all positions, including primary membership of Congress party. In a stinging resignation letter, he has in fact slammed Rahul Gandhi's leadership and blamed him for the party's downfall.
संजय गांधी दबा में हटाते थे, जैसी उम्मीदें राहुल गांधी से कर रहे हैं, तो आज इस देश के अंदर गुलाम नबी आजाद का नाम या जो बाकी नेता जो भी हैं, उनका नाम देश में कोई नहीं जानता.
We have read the letter of very senior veteran Congress leader Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad ji that has been released to the media.
दुख की बात यह है, अत्यंत दुख की बात यह है कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब ने ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस को छोड़ने का और इस लड़ाई के अंदर साथ छोड़ने का फैसला किया है.
मैं ये कहता हूँ कि भी जिन्होंने कभी पार्टी को खड़ा किया हो, ऐसे लोगों का जाना पार्टी के लिए नुकसानदेह तो है ही. तो लेकिन आगे देखते हैं स्थिति क्या है. लोग आते हैं जाते हैं. ये तो कांग्रेस है, समुंदर है, इसमें तो कुछ नहीं कहा. समुंदर का पानी कभी कम नहीं होता.
Much more coming up on the other side. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in the school development project.
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Mug massacre case in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected the plea of the J&K prosecution wing, in which it was said that the case be moved to a safer location or some free trial with the fresh trial be inducted in the case, as the witness fear while going to depose their statement in the Shopian where the case was originally registered.
Top national updates as the Delhi government convenes a special session in the Delhi Assembly today. BJP party workers staged massive protests against a liquor scam. Visuals show how the BJP workers and leaders broke barricades amidst heavy sloganeering. Police had to resort to using water cannons to disperse the protesters. As the protest continues, Arvind Kejriwal-led government will table a resolution in the special session of Delhi Assembly. This assumes significance as a face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement. Liquor scam has persisted since last week. Also, BJP leaders are now demanding the resignation of the Deputy CM of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. Much more coming up on the other side. Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadra is fully rejected now.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Himanta Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court, and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire.
Viewers, we're getting the latest update right now. Azad has now spoken to RS Trib, thanks him for extending support. He told Trib that he will go forward with him. Big news coming in. Remember, the 6th resignation has now come in, and RS Trib was live with Republic's Gursimran just a short while back, where he said that I am standing behind Ghulam Nabi Azad. And right now, what we are telling you is that Azad has spoken to RS Trib and thanked him for extending his support to him.
Yes, Ghulam Nabi Azad has thanked RS Trib for extending support. He has seen RS Trib speaking to us a while ago and called him and said that we will go forward with each other in the coming days. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Himanta Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy
Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is the correct diagnosis of how Indian National Congress has transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PA security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India.
It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP.
Much more coming up on the other side. Goa police say Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by two accused, both accused now arrested.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost
including the primary membership of Congress party and all positions. Ghulam Nabi Azad has tendered his resignation. This is going to be more trouble for Congress party.
After entry of Sri Rahul Gandhi into politics, and particularly after January 2013 when he was appointed as Vice President, the entire consultative mechanism which existed earlier was demolished by Rahul Gandhi. All senior experienced leaders were sidelined. New coterie of inexperienced sycophants started running the affairs of the Congress party. The big breaking news update here is that he says some of my other colleagues and I will now persevere to perpetuate the ideals for which we have dedicated our entire adult lives outside the formal fold of the Indian National Congress. Ghulam Nabi Azad hints at a new party.
Top headlines right now. Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadras fully rejected now. As he exits the Congress, Azad blames Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul's childish behavior is behind the party's downfall. Azad slams the Congress coterie, says new coterie of inexperienced leaders are running the show. After Azad's exit, back-to-back resignations in the Congress, 6 Jammu and Kashmir leaders dumped the Vadras. Fresh trouble for Delhi government. Delhi LG ordered probe into alleged irregularities in the school development project. Goa police say Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by 2 accused. Both accused now arrested. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. The big news coming in is that 6 former MLAs and ministers have now resigned in Jammu and Kashmir. They have dumped the Vadra Congress. This news came just after Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from all positions, including primary membership of the Congress party, and he wrote a very stinging resignation letter. The veteran politician slammed Rahul Gandhi's leadership and blamed him for the party's downfall. Ghulam is joining me for more details. Ghulam, tell us what's happening right now, because what we know and what you got for us was that the sixth resignation just came in, and he also said very categorically, R.S. Chib, saying that we will stand behind Ghulam Nabi Azad wherever he goes.
See, we are expecting 2 more resignations in an hour or so, and these 2 will be by the former ministers. That is what the sources in the Congress party are telling us, that 2 more resignations are likely very soon, that these leaders, they have spoken to Ghulam Nabi Azad. Now what is happening? See, Ghulam Nabi Azad is speaking to his own people who are in the different parts of Jammu and Kashmir, who have not been to the Kashmir Valley, and we have also seen how things have panned out in the recent past. I have R.S. Chib with me, who has just spoken to Ghulam Nabi Azad. Sir, you have spoken to Ghulam Nabi Azad. What he said, because you were live with Republic when Azad Sahab saw your resignation and then he called you up.
Well, rather I conveyed my greetings to him. I congratulated him. I said that as a leader, I said I am very happy because I am a worker of the Ghulam Nabi Azad. So I said that you have, sir, really shown the leadership qualities. I told him that you have shown the leadership qualities, and ultimately I said your resignation will go a long way in favor of the people of the Jammu and Kashmir.
Sahab has also asked you to be with him in the next course of action that he will be doing.
No, he didn't say. I think it is my responsibility that I should be with him. Why should Azad Sahab tell me like that? Because if I consider that he's a very powerful leader, he's the top leader of the Congress, he could do much better for the people of the state. So I am with him.
He has hinted at floating on outfit, something like that during your...
I won't say that. He has not hinted anything. But definitely he said that, well, I will work for the people of the state, people of the country and all that, and he has been doing. You see the track record of Azad Sahab. Azad Sahab have done wonderfully well as a central minister, as the chief minister of the state, as the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. So I think that Ghulam Nabi Azad has been doing very well for the people and all that. And if he has taken this step, I am sure this step of Ghulam Nabi Azad will go a long way for the betterment of the people of the state.
It will go a long way in the betterment of the people. This is what R.S. Chib is saying right after his resignation and speaking to Ghulam Nabi Azad. Yes, back to studios.
इस देश में एक ही शिक्षा मंत्री है, और अब तो ऐसे लगता है जैसे पूरी दुनिया में एक ही शिक्षा मंत्री। अगर अमेरिका वालों से पूछो कौन शिक्षा मंत्री, तो वो भी कह रहे हैं वही मनीष सिसोदिया। तो ये हर भारतीय के लिए गौरव की बात थी, बहुत गर्व की बात थी, सब लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगा। ये खबर छपी थी 18 अगस्त को, और उसी के एक हफ्ते बाद 25 अगस्त को इसी अखबार में, अमेरिका के इसी अखबार में ये एक और खबर छपी थी, मोदीज इंडिया इज वेयर ग्लोबल डेमोक्रेसी डाइज। मोदी के भारत में जनतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है। इसी के एक हफ्ते बाद एग्जैक्टली 25 अगस्त को यह खबर छपी है। बहुत तकलीफ होती है जब दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में, किसी भी अखबार में अगर देश के खिलाफ कोई खबर छपते भारत के खिलाफ कोई खबर छपती है, हर भारतीय के दिल में बहुत पीड़ा होती है। इस किस्म की खबर अगर छपती है तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है। आज देश में दिल्ली सरकार शायद अकेली सरकार है जो ऐसे ऐसे काम कर रहे हैं जिसकी चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है। पूरी दुनिया के अंदर आज देश का नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं। जैसे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप साहब की वाइफ आई थी, वो मिलेनिया ट्रंप, मैंने पता किया चारों तरफ से, हर जगह अपने पति के साथ, अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति के साथ जाया करती थी, दुनिया के हर देश में। मैंने पता किया भाई कहां कहां गई, जहां वो स्कूल देखने गई, अभी तक कहीं पूरी दुनिया में कोई स्कूल देखने नहीं गई। जब दिल्ली में आई तो बोली हम दिल्ली सरकार के, आम आदमी पार्टी के स्कूल देख के आऊंगी। ये तो गर्व की बात है, पूरे देश के लिए गर्व की बात थी। यूएन के फॉर्मल सेक्रेटरी जनरल बान की मून साहब दिल्ली आए, स्पेशली दिल्ली के मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखने के लिए। और ये खबर कि वो दिल्ली आके मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखने के, ये पूरी दुनिया के सारे अखबारों में छपी, सारे देशों के सारे अखबारों में ये खबर छपी कि बान की मून और नॉर्वे की फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर दोनों दिल्ली के मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देखने के लिए आए। फिर अभी सिंगापुर में, सिंगापुर की सरकार ने मेरे को कहा जी आप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, हम आपके लिए पूरी दुनिया के मेयर बुलाएंगे और उन सारे मेयर को आके आप बताओ कि आप कैसे अच्छा काम कर रहे हो, उनको सिखाओ। ये तो देश के लिए कितने गौरव की बात है कि हमारे देश के किसी आदमी को बुलाया गया कि सिंगापुर, पूरी दुनिया के मेयर को हमें सिखाने का मौका मिलता। पूरा देश इसकी वजह से बड़ा खुश है। लेकिन जितनी राष्ट्र विरोधी ताकतें हैं, जितने लोग इस देश से नफरत करते हैं, इस देश की तरक्की से नफरत करते हैं, इस देश के विकास से नफरत करते हैं, जो लोग नहीं चाहते ये देश तरक्की करे, 75 साल के अंदर इस देश को घोट के रखा गया वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट्स के द्वारा, उन सारे लोगों ने अब षड्यंत्र करके मिलके और ये किया यार इनको बंद करो। अब ये अगर इसी तरह से ये आगे बढ़ते रहे तो बड़ी मुश्किल हो जाएगी। और इन लोगों ने मिलके एक षड्यंत्र रचा कि दिल्ली की सरकार गिराई जाए, दिल्ली की सरकार खत्म की जाए। ये दिल्ली की सरकार जब तक खत्म नहीं करेंगे तब तक ये इसी तरह से अच्छा काम करते रहेंगे। ये जितनी राष्ट्र विरोधी ताकतें हैं सारे इकट्ठे हो गए हमारे खिलाफ, सारों ने इकट्ठा होकर ये षड्यंत्र रचा। षड्यंत्र रच के सबसे पहला काम इन्होंने किया, मनीष सिसोदिया के ऊपर एक झूठा आरोप लगाया। बोला मनीष सिसोदिया शराब में पैसे खा गया। हमने बार बार इनसे पूछा जी क्या पैसे खा गया, क्या घोटाला क्या है? तो सच होता है, सच एक होता है, झूठ कई होते हैं उसके। तो इनका एक आदमी बोला जी 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का शराब घोटाला हो गया। 1.5 लाख करोड़ तो दिल्ली का बजट ही नहीं है, इतना शराब घोटाला कहां से हो गया? फिर इनका एक प्रवक्ता था, एक बड़ा सीनियर लीडर, एक डिबेट में बैठा था, वो कहता है 8,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हो गया। तो मैं देख रहा था, सौरभ उसके साथ था, सौरभ ने पूछा घोटाला क्या है? तो वो कुछ कागज लेके बैठा था, बोला घोटाला, उसको समझ ही ना आए घोटाला क्या है। तो मेरे ख्याल से बता नहीं पाया वो घोटाला बता ही नहीं पाया। फिर उसके बाद इनके 2 बड़े नेताओं ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, बोले 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया। 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला क्या हो गया भाई? 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला। उनसे पूछा क्या घोटाला हो गया, तो वो भी कुछ इधर उधर की। फिर एलजी साहब ने एक रिपोर्ट बना के बताते हैं, भेजी, अखबार वाले कहते हैं, ये मीडिया वाले कहते हैं, जिसमें कह रहे लिख रखा है 144 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया। और अब सीबीआई ने जो एफआईआर करी है उसमें लिखा है 1 करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ है। और घोटाला क्या है सीबीआई की एफआईआर में? उसमें लिखा है कि एक शराब के वाले ने दूसरे शराब वाले के बैंक अकाउंट में 1 करोड़ रुपए जमा कराए। उसमें मनीष का क्या लेना देना है यार? एक शराब वाले ने दूसरे को 1 करोड़ रुपए जमा कराए बैंक अकाउंट में, कि क्या घोटाला है? घोटाला क्या है ये समझ ही नहीं रहा अभी तक। ये अभी आज है नहीं, आठों को अगर आप अगले अलग अलग कमरे में बिठा देते और एक एक से पूछते बेटा घोटाला क्या है, तो 5 को तो पता ही नहीं होता घोटाला क्या है। 3 अगर कुछ बताते तो ये कुछ बताता, ये कुछ बताता और ये कुछ बताता, क्योंकि झूठ तो अलग अलग होता है ना, सच एक होता है। सच क्या है? कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, सबसे ट्रांसपेरेंट पॉलिसी थी, कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। ये सब झूठे आरोप लगा रहे हैं। आरोप लगा के इन्होंने एफआईआर कर दी मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ। अगले दिन रेड करने इनके घर पहुंच गए। 14 घंटे तक रेड करी। कितने कमरे हैं आपके यहाँ? 4-5 कमरे हैं। 4-5 कमरे में टॉयलेट, 2-3 टॉयलेट हैं, रसोई है। सारा छान मारा इन्होंने, सारा छान मारा इन्होंने। इतना गहन जांच करी, दीवारों यूं यूं करके देखा, खोखली तो नहीं है दीवार, इसमें तो जेवर नहीं रख रखे, इसमें जो पिक्चरों में दिखाते। फिर वो उन्होंने गद्दे भी फाड़ फाड़ के देखे, गद्दों में तो नहीं रख रखे, तकिए फाड़ फाड़ के देखे, इनके सारे कपड़े, अलमारी, फलाना सारा कर करा के शाम को निकल गए। अठन्नी भी नहीं मिली, चवन्नी भी नहीं मिली, अनअकाउंटेड चवन्नी भी नहीं मिली, कोई जेवर नहीं मिले, कोई पैसा नहीं मिला, कोई जमीन जायदाद के कागज नहीं मिले, कोई इंक्रिमिनेटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं मिले, कुछ कोई दस्तावेज कुछ नहीं मिला। मतलब मैं पूछ रहा था इनसे कि 30-35 लोग आए थे, उनके खाने का खर्चा भी नहीं निकला रेड के अंदर, रेड का खर्चा भी नहीं निकला और वो चले गए। आज 7 दिन हो गए, 8 दिन हो गए रेड को, अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चला भाई इनके यहाँ क्या निकला। कुछ नहीं निकला इनके यहाँ, पूरी की पूरी फर्जी रेड थी। जब रेड खत्म हो गई तो हम सोच रहे थे क्यों कर रहे हैं। अगले दिन मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास इनका कोई आदमी संदेश भेजता है, ये लोग संदेश भेजते हैं, बोले जी ऊपर से है, ये टॉप से, वहां से संदेश ये है कि आप केजरीवाल का साथ छोड़ दो, आम आदमी पार्टी तोड़ के 2-4 एमएलए और ले आओ, हम आपको आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार अब गिराने जा रहे हैं बहुत जल्दी। ऑपरेशन लोटस चालू है दिल्ली के अंदर, आपको हफ्ते 10 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बना देंगे। दूसरा बोले ये सारे तुम्हारे सीबीआई और ईडी के केस खत्म कर देंगे। तो इसने कहा सीबीआई ईडी के केस में तो कुछ है ही नहीं, सारा फर्जी केस है, कल तुम जांच वांच भी करके ले गए, कुछ भी नहीं मिला तुमने, मैंने ढेला मैंने कमाया नहीं, कुछ करा नहीं, तो इस केस तो तुम करते रहो, मेरे को क्या डर है। वो बोले मंत्री सीएम बनने का मेरे को कोई ख्वाब नहीं है, मेरे तो शिक्षा मंत्री बन के खुश हूं। बड़ी बात है, सीएम की कुर्सी ठुकराना कोई हंसी खेल थोड़ी है। नहीं तो आदमी तो सीएम की कुर्सी के लिए पता नहीं इतिहास में कितने बड़े बड़े बवंडर हुए हैं, कितने बड़े बड़े, तो सीएम की कुर्सी ठुकरा दी इन्होंने। मैंने पिछले जन्म में कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे जो ऐसे डिप्टी सीएम और शिक्षा मंत्री मिले। उसके बाद जब ये नहीं चला तो फिर आप लोगों के पास आए। मेरे पास अभी तक 12 एमएलए आ चुके हैं। एक एमएलए को आके कहते हैं भाई 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ले ले और टूट के आ जा, 2-4 को और लाएगा तो तेरे को 25 करोड़ देंगे, और नहीं तो जैसे मनीष सिसोदिया का हाल करा तेरे ऊपर भी रेड करेंगे, तेरे को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, सीबीआई और ईडी छोड़ देंगे तेरे खिलाफ। भाई साहब सलाम करता हूं आप सबको। कोई नहीं टूटा, एक भी नहीं तोड़ पाई अभी तक। सारे आरोप झूठे हैं इनके। तो जो पता चला उनको एमएलए को इन्होंने कहा भाई 40 एमएलए हमें चाहिए, 40 एमएलए तोड़ने हैं, 20-20 करोड़ रुपए एक को देंगे। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं दिल्ली में। ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली इस नाम से चल रहा है, ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के नाम से इनका पूरा ये ऑपरेशन है। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं 20-20 करोड़ के हिसाब से। सब ये पूछ रहे हैं कि ये 800 करोड़ रुपए कहाँ हैं, किसके हैं। आज इस सदन में मैं बताऊंगा ये पैसे किसके हैं। आज मैं खुलासा करूंगा ये 800 करोड़ रुपए किसके हैं। लोग बता रहे हैं जी गुजरात के, पहले अभी थोड़ी देर पहले खबर आई है, एलजी साहब ने अब स्कूलों पे भी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी। तो कह रहे हैं भाई स्कूलों के बेसिकली तो रोकना है, स्कूल रुक जाएं, अस्पताल रुक जाएं, जितने अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं वो रुक जाएं, जनता को तकलीफ हो रही है। तो सब कह रहे हैं गुजरात की वजह से हो रहा है। गुजरात में जैसे जैसे हमारा ग्राफ बढ़ता जा रहा है, पागलपन छाया हुआ गुजरात में, लोग दुखी हो चुके हैं इन लोगों से। जहां जाते हैं हर गांव, पूरे के पूरे गांव आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ जोड़ते जा रहे हैं गुजरात। किसी ने सोचा नहीं था। लोग तो कहते थे इनका गढ़ है, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है, गढ़ टूट रहा है, इनका किला ढह रहा है। तो लोग तो यही कह रहे हैं जी, दिसंबर में सरकार बनने के बाद गुजरात में इनके 27 सालों की आप इंक्वायरी कराओगे, तब तक ये इंक्वायरी करा रहे हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। अगर आज हम गुजरात चुनाव अनाउंस कर देना भाई गुजरात चुनाव हम नहीं लड़ेंगे, ये सारी इंक्वायरी बंद हो जाएगी, सारी ईडी बंद, सीबीआई बंद, सब खत्म। उसी की वजह से हो रहा है ये। कई सरकार गिरा चुके अभी तक ये देश में। गोवा की सरकार गिराई, कर्नाटक की सरकार गिराई, महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराई, आसाम की सरकार गिराई, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई, बिहार की सरकार गिराई, अरुणाचल प्रदेश की सरकार गिराई, मणिपुर की सरकार गिराई, मेघालय की सरकार गिराई। शहर में एक सीरियल किलर आया हुआ है जो एक के बाद मर्डर करता जा रहा है, एक के बाद एक मर्डर करता जा रहा है। जनता सरकार चुनती है, ये सरकार गिरा देते हैं। मतलब जनता को तो रौंद रखा है। महाराष्ट्र में जनता ने एक सरकार चुनी, गिरा दी। गोवा में जनता ने एक सरकार चुनी, गिरा दी। जनता के पीछे पड़े हैं और सब जगह पैटर्न एक ही है। अभी जैसे महाराष्ट्र में भी हम लोगों ने देखा, जितने टूट के इधर से उधर गए, बताते हैं सबके पीछे सीबीआई ईडी पड़ी थी। सीबीआई और ईडी उनको बुला रही थी, जैसे वो इधर से उधर गए सीबीआई ईडी के केस बंद। सेम पैटर्न हर जगह यही चल रहा है। पहले ये सीबीआई और ईडी के केस लगाते हैं 4-5 के खिलाफ, तो दूसरे वाले सारे डर के, जिन्होंने गलत काम कर रखे होते हैं, वो सारे डर के फिर उनको मैसेज भेजते हैं, भाई तुम्हारा भी यही हाल कर देंगे तुम, तो सारे इनके पास आ जाते हैं, फिर ये तोड़ लेते हैं, फिर ये सरकार गिरा देते हैं। सेम पैटर्न है। वो जो सीरियल किलर का पैटर्न होता है, आपने वेब सीरीज देखी होंगी, आजकल काफी आ रही हैं, जैसे सीरियल किलर का पैटर्न होता है ना, वैसे उसी पैटर्न, सेम पैटर्न है। यही पैटर्न इन्होंने दिल्ली में किया कि सीबीआई ईडी भेजी, पहले सत्येंद्र के खिलाफ भेजी, फिर मनीष के खिलाफ भेजी। अब आपको डरा रहे हैं कि तुम्हारा भी यही हाल कर देंगे, सत्येंद्र वाला हाल कर देंगे, तुम्हारा मनीष वाला हाल कर देंगे। डरा के ये दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ना चाहते हैं। लेकिन हमने कुछ गलत कर ही नहीं रखा, तो हम सीबीआई और ईडी से क्यों डरे? हम कहते हैं कर लो, हमें जेल जाने से डर नहीं। सारे इनमें आधे से ज्यादा तो जेल जा चुके, तो कर लो, जो करना कर लो, हमारे को क्या फर्क पड़ता है। अभी तक 277 एमएलए खरीद चुके हैं ये लोग। 277 एमएलए पिछले कुछ सालों के अंदर ये लोग खरीद चुके हैं। दिल्ली में अभी रेट 20 करोड़ का था, महाराष्ट्र में सुनते थे 50 करोड़ है। दिल्ली वालों को पता नहीं क्यों, दिल्ली में कह रहे पर मान लो 20 भी मान लो, 20 करोड़ के हिसाब से खरीदा, तो 277 एमएलए के लिए इन्होंने 5,500 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए, और दिल्ली के लिए 800 करोड़ रख रहे हैं, तो 6300 करोड़ रुपए, 6300 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने ऑपरेशन लोटस में खर्च किए। ये पैसा कहां से आया? ये पैसा किसका है? 6300 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर दिए इन लोगों ने एमएलए खरीदने में। ये किसका पैसा है? इसका मैं आज खुलासा करना चाहता हूं। आज देश का हर आदमी महंगाई से बड़ा परेशान है। 2014 में डीजल का दाम था 54 रुपए, अब हो गया 90 रुपए। पेट्रोल का दाम था 2014 में 60 रुपए, अब हो गया 110 रुपए। सीएनजी 37 रुपए थी, 75 रुपए पहुंच गई। एलपीजी 410 रुपए की थी, 1053 रुपए का एक सिलेंडर हो गया। वनस्पति ऑयल 70 रुपए का था, 170 रुपए हो गया। और नमक 7 रुपए का था, 15 रुपए हो गया। हर चीज के दाम बढ़ गए, डबल ट्रिपल हो गए। एक आम आदमी बेचारा, तनख्वाह बढ़ी नहीं है, घर कैसे चलाए तो कैसे चलाए वो? ये जितनी जीएसटी, ये जितना महंगाई हो रही है, इतना जीएसटी लगा दिया इन लोगों ने। ये सारा पैसा कहां जा रहा है? ये सारा पैसा 2 चीजों में जा रहा है। एक अपने अरबपति दोस्तों के कर्जे माफ करते हैं, और दूसरे ये एमएलए खरीदते हैं। इन 2 चीजों में जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिरानी थी तो छाछ पे जीएसटी लगा दी, दही पे जीएसटी लगा दी, शहद पे जीएसटी लगा दी, गेहूं पे जीएसटी लगा दी, चावल पे जीएसटी लगा दी। अगर अपने एक दोस्त का कर्जा माफ करना होता है, पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ा देते हैं। दूसरे के दोस्त का कर्जा माफ करना होता है, डीजल के दाम बढ़ा देते हैं। अगर गोवा की सरकार गिरानी होती है, यहां पे जीएसटी बढ़ा देते हैं। जितना पैसा जीएसटी और महंगाई की वजह से हो रहा है, पेट्रोल का दाम बढ़ रहा है, डीजल का दाम बढ़ रहा है, इसका अधिकांश पैसा केवल और केवल अरबपति दोस्तों के कर्जे माफ करने में और ये एमएलए खरीदने के अंदर जा रहा है। अब ये कह रहे हैं झारखंड की सरकार गिरने वाली है। देख लेना, शर्तिया तौर पे मैं कह रहा हूं, अगले 10 दिन के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं जीएसटी या पेट्रोल या डीजल के दाम ना बढ़ जाएं तो बढ़ेंगे, और वो सारा पैसा जो है वो एमएलए खरीदने के लिए जाएगा इनका झारखंड। आज मैं देश की जनता से कहना चाहता हूं, हमारे देश की जनता जरूरत पड़े तो देश के लिए बलिदान करने को तैयार है। आज मैं देश की जनता से पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या आप इस तरह से इनके अरबपति दोस्तों के लिए इस तरह से पैसा लुटाते रहोगे? क्या आप एमएलए खरीदने के लिए अपने बच्चों के पेट काटते रहोगे? आज अगर हमारी सेना को पैसे की जरूरत पड़े, हमारे देश के लोग एक टाइम की रोटी नहीं खाएंगे, सेना के लिए कुछ भी कर देंगे, लेकिन क्या इनके अरबपति दोस्तों के लिए हम ये करने को तैयार हैं? आज एक तरह से कई लोगों को मैं जानता हूं, कई परिवार ऐसे हैं, पहले 1.5 किलो दूध लिया करते थे दिन का, अब वो कम करके 1 किलो कर दिया जब से ये महंगाई हो रही है, जब से ये जीएसटी लगा है। कई परिवार ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने एक टाइम की सब्जी लेनी बंद कर दी, अब नमक से रोटी खा लेते हैं। तो एक तरह से गरीब का खून चूस के, और वो पैसा ये अरबपति दोस्तों को दे रहे हैं, गरीब का खून चूस के इस देश के अंदर एक आदमी की सत्ता की हवस को पूरा करने के लिए सारा का सारा पैसा इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। क्या देश के लोगों को यह मंजूर है? हम भारत को नंबर 1 देश बनाना चाहते हैं, हमारा मकसद है, हमारा सपना है, पूरे देश के लोगों का सपना है कि भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनना चाहिए। भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश कैसे बनेगा? जब हर बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी, सब बच्चों को पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, स्कूल खोलने पड़ेंगे, अस्पताल बनाने पड़ेंगे, सड़कें बनानी पड़ेंगी, ये सारा काम करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन जितने लोग काम कर रहे हैं इस देश के अंदर, उन सारे लोगों को अगर आप
Republic has accessed the CCTV footage of the slain BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat from a Goa restaurant where she can clearly be seen in an unconscious state. And that is the last CCTV video of Sonali Phogat. This is exclusive clincher CCTV footage which has been accessed by Republic TV, where you can clearly see that Sonali Phogat is there and she can be seen in an unconscious state. That's a big news coming in. This is coming in at the back of the news that we got for you a short while back, where 2 of the suspects have already been accused, and the Goa police has confirmed foul play in Sonali Phogat's death. In fact, they also said that she was drunk at a party by her assistant. So this is the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers. The Sonali Phogat murder case is getting murkier, and we're getting you all the details. The Goa police has registered a murder case pertaining to the death of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. The FIR has been registered against the actor's 2 aides under Section 302 of IPC after complaint by Sonali's brother. And the last CCTV video of Sonali Phogat is there on your screen. This is a very important video where it shows clearly that Sonali Phogat can be seen in an unconscious state, and this CCTV footage of the slain BJP leader and actor is from a Goa restaurant. So the location of that video is coming from a Goa restaurant. Remember that the Goa police has also said that she could have been drugged. That's a big news coming in. And there you can see how she's walking. She's completely unconscious, that she needs help to walk. It's an exclusive visual for you coming in on the Sonali Phogat case. And the Goa police has said, on the basis of CCTV footage, it's alleged that 2 associates were partying with the deceased at a club. Alisha will take us to the details. Alisha, over to you.
Well, yes, that's an exclusive CCTV footage of Sonali Phogat, and we can even see Sudhir Sangwal and Sukhwinder Singh, who is accompanying Sonali Phogat, and it's the video of the same night where they were present in Anjuna's Curly's restaurant, and the CCTV footage which has already been analysed by the police. While speaking to Republic, where Director General of Police has given an information that initially when there was no physical injuries, after which the doctor has declared something a cardiac arrest, which is a natural death. But later the complaint that was given by her brother Rinku Dhaka, where most of the claim that has been made and clearly mentioned that it was a murder. But more importantly, what has came into a light that there was a substance that was given in a liquid form to Sonali Phogat, and now police is investigating into it. And this not only the substances that has been recovered by police, but also the confession has been made by the two accused. One is a personal assistant, Sudhir Sangwan, and the other is Sudhir Sangwan's friend, that is Sukhwinder Singh. Both were present with Sonali Phogat at the same restaurant. More of the foul play that has came into the light, where police is also investigating, is that rather than taking to the hospital where she was not feeling conscious, she was not feeling well, rather than taking to her hospital, they took her to the hotel. Moreover, the taxi driver, he will be also be summoned. He has also been asked to record a statement, because the police is investigating whether in what form of condition Sonali Phogat was from the same restaurant, Curly's restaurant, to the hotel. So these are the line of investigation where police is investigating not only this, but the person who provided the substances to whether to Sukhwinder or whether to Sudhir will also be investigated. Not only this, but there is a team who is likely to even go to Haryana for the further investigation.
So, Alisha, take us through exactly what's happening in the case so far, because this video is in fact going with what the Goa police had said. Where the Goa police has said very categorically that they have confessed, the accused have confessed that they intentionally mixed an obnoxious chemical into a liquid and made the victim drink it. So that's a very big revelation coming in as well from the Goa police. Alisha, take us through exactly what we can expect next in this case, because the family has said again and again, and a lot of pressure was put from the family itself. And Republic TV had also said to our viewers that the family had alleged from the beginning that there was foul play, and that's exactly what the police is confirming, Alisha, that foul play was involved in this case.
Well, yes, after the letter that was given by her family clearly mentioning that this is not a natural death, but a murder that has been conducted, but main after which the complaint that was given, where the FIR and the section 302 of the IPC, that is a murder section that was added in the FIR, and two of the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh, both have been made accused, and later they were called into the Anjuna police station where the statement has been recorded. Moreover, it's been several hours of questioning, and there is confession that has been made by both the accused, after which they were placed under arrest. So the further investigating where the police has been looking into is the motive. What exactly the ultimate motive is, the police is only going to know only after the interrogation will start, because now the police will produce both to the MAPSA court, where police will demand for the custody, because not only one or two, but there are other people as well. Police is suspecting that there are more people who might be involved in the same case, and more statements to be recorded, the people from around, because at the initial, it was 22nd of August, when Sonali Phogat has come to Goa with some of her shoot that has been informed by her PA and his friend. So, but there was no shoot, but we can see that the three of them, they're parting, and also the Curly's restaurant owner statement has already been recorded, and the other staff will be called in. Whoever has seen Sonali Phogat and the other associates in the same restaurant, they will be called in to record the statement. Moreover, the murder case and specifically now the drugs, the substances that was procured, that is something, the line of investigation. The police will look into it, while more and more people will be called in to record the statement in the case.
Right. So Alisha is getting us all the details. Alisha, stay on with us. I want the viewers who are watching Republic TV right now to understand what is happening. What you see on your screen on the right side, the latest CCTV video which has been accessed, where you can clearly see that Sonali Phogat is in a very unconscious state. She's been carried. She's been carried because she cannot walk on her own. Now this is coming from a Goa restaurant. I would like to go back to Alisha. Alisha, our viewers can clearly see that CCTV video. Tell us a little bit more about this club. Apparently, the incident happened at a nightclub. So, can you give us some details and which is this Goa restaurant where this incident happened? A lot of statements coming from the police have categorically said that the incident happened at a party nightclub and she was drugged there as well. Alisha, which area of Goa are we talking about here?
Well, it's a Anjuna place where this restaurant, Curlis restaurant, where all the three, that is Sonali Phogat and the other two, one is a personal assistant, Sudhir Sangwan, and his friend Sukhwinder Singh, who went to the same Curlis restaurant. And it has also been revealed by the police during their investigation that it was almost where in the CCTV footage that has already been recovered by the police, which clearly shows that there are many of the people who were around, but it also clearly indicates that there were substances that was given to Sonali Phogat in the form of liquid, which were made in her drink, and that was she was even intentionally and forced to drink that substances, that drugs that was given to her, after which it was 2 hours that she was there in the washroom. It might be because it's something she was feeling very uneasy, and of course we can see in the CCTV footage as well, where Sonali Phogat cannot even walk properly because she was feeling very unconscious. She was not well, and we can see even Sudhir Sangwan, who is carrying her, and behind is Sukhwinder Singh, who has been walking out of it, because the police is also clearly mentioning rather than her to taking to the hospital, they have taken to her room. And later, when the next morning, when she was not really feeling well, she was very unconscious, while taking to the hospital, where the hospital doctors has declared broad dead. So this was the scene of incident where now police has been investigating. Moreover, what is the intention behind the crime is police will look only after once they get the custody of the accused. So now the both have already placed under arrest, and they will be produced before the Mapsa court, which is near to the Anjuna place, Anjuna police station as well. So they will be taking to the Mapsa, and they will ask for a further custody, because it's very important to know what exactly the motive behind it, why she's been called in, because even there are people from Mumbai itself who were about to come to Goa to shoot some videos, is what IGP has informed during the press brief. So there are many lines of investigation where police has been looking into it. 2 has already been arrested. A taxi driver has been someone who brought Sonali Phogat and the other 2 who travelled from Curlis restaurant to the hotel where she was staying. So even the taxi driver has been summoned. He will be questioned over what was the condition of her condition, and might be what are the talks that was made in the while travelling from the restaurant, Curlis restaurant, to her hotel. So he's been questioned. Moreover, the Curlis restaurant owner has been questioned by the police as well, and even he confirmed that Sonali Phogat with others, she was present in the same hotel, but they actually treated them as a very normal customer, as a regular customer, and they could not even try to recognize her, is what the statement and the sources has informed us, the statement of the owner of Curlis restaurant that has given to the police as well. But also the other staff, they are also going to be summoned who saw Sonali Phogat, because the Curlis restaurant something is a G+1 floor, and the first floor is something a dance floor is for the people, for the special guest. So So the first floor, the whoever the staff who were present in the first floor will be questioned. So these are the lines of investigation the police has been looking. The motive will only get to know once the police get the custody of the accused, because they have already confessed of the substances that has been procured and been given to her in a liquid form. So police has also been looking whether who was the person who gave this substances to Sudhir or to Sukhwinder, whether he's from Goa or from the other state. The team, even the Goa police has been ready to send the team to the Haryana as well to look into the matter, what exactly their relation was, and how they were used to work together, how they have been known, and how many more people have been involved in it. So Goa police investigation is not only limited to the Goa itself, but the team is also likely to go to the Haryana for the further investigation.
Well, Alisha is getting us all the developments right now. So Haryana CM Khattar has also assured a CBI probe if the family gives it in writing. And, this Alisha is very interesting because her family members have written a complaint suspecting murder, and Haryana CM has said that a CBI probe is very likely. So give us the top details on that, because the family, they're pushing for a CBI inquiry into her death. The Haryana CM also adding that we will do as the family members ask for if they give us their demands in writing. So has anything come in writing to the Haryana CM from the family, Alisha?
Well, nothing as of now has been come from the family, because the family demand was only that the murder case should be registered by the Goa police, because they didn't even give the concern for the post-mortem till the time the police are registered and add section 302 of the IPC, that is the murder case, because the foul play and the letter that was given by her brother clearly mentioned that she was well, she was talking to her family, but later she found unconscious, and no one but the PA Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder are behind this murder. She was also raped some months back. She was harassed by the same accused, the same person, so which they should investigate. The police should investigate the murder angle into it. So they were not even, the family was not even given the concern for the post-mortem, but the post-mortem concern only given after the assurance that was made by the police that they are registering a FIR under section 302, and which has already been done. So moreover, the two accused, as per the complaint that was given by Rinku Daka, who is a brother of Sonali Phogat, where the two accused name has been mentioned, and they were called in to the Anjuna police station. They were questioned for several hours, and in the timeline of the interrogation, where Sukhwinder Singh and Sudhir Sangwan has confessed of giving her the substance, the drugs in a liquid form to Sonali Phogat, after which she was not feeling well. She was unwell, so unconscious she was, is what been mentioned, and this the confession that has been given by the accused as well. So now the main importantly things that has been under the line of investigation is the motive behind it, because now police will directly take them to the court, because they have already placed under the arrest. Now they will take them to the court. There are more can be the revelation, because police has clearly made it out that there is something of more revelation that has come into the light during the interrogation of the two accused that cannot be revealed at this point of time, because the investigation is something at the primary stage. But the thing that has been come out, because all the CCTV footage from the Curly's restaurant has been recovered by the police, and they have been asserting all the CCTV footages. Moreover, the statements of the people who have been involved in this case, whether it is the hotel people, whether from Curly's restaurant or whether from the hotel where she was staying, because police is clearly mentioning, rather than if someone who is not feeling conscious, who is unconscious, should have been taken to the hospital first rather than being taken to the room. But what Sudhir and Sukhwinder did, they take her to the room directly rather than consulting a doctor, which is something of line of investigation. Police is investigating now. So the time they will get the custody of both the accused, there will be a question over the motive and more revelations that is going to be confronted before the court, because this is something not only the two accused, as we have been talking about, Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh. But moreover, there will be a person who has procured and provided the substances, whether to Sudhir or to Sukhwinder, is also under the radar of Goa police. They have been trying whether he is from Goa or whether it is from the other state. The team is ready to travel to the other state as well. Whatever the link that will come into the place and into the light of police, they are going to do their investigating into every part, because police has already mentioned it that no stone will be left unturned, whether it is from the parts of the politically conspiracy, we can say, or whether it is a personal, they will look into it. But moreover, there are the investigation that has been underway. So the leads, the fresh arrest that has already been made after more than 20 hours of interrogation, the arrest has been made, and they will be produced before the Mapsa court. First, we'll also listen to the bite of Sonali Phogat, who spoke to Republic and made it very clear he was the one who gave it a complaint to the police. So first, we'll listen to his bite and get all the information after this bite.
पहले कोई अंदेशा नहीं था जी, हमारी तो लास्ट नाइट बात हुई, उसी में सारा खुलासा हुआ और उसके बाद ही ये सारा घटनाक्रम हुआ।
क्या वहाँ से किसकी ओर से कॉल की गई थी आप लोगों को ये बताने के लिए कि ऐसा हो गया?
सुधीर सांगवान ने ही बताया था सुबह 8 बजे मेरे बड़े भाई वतन ढाका को कि यहाँ मैडम और हम पूरे फिल्म का कोई शूट है और आए हुए हैं और शूट के दौरान उनकी मौत हो गई।
हार्ट अटैक वजह बताई गई थी। अच्छा, कुछ चोट के निशान शरीर पर, चेहरे पर बताए जा रहे हैं। पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में भी आया है कि कुछ चोट के निशान हैं। तो जैसा रेप के बाद में हत्या की बात लगातार परिवार की तरफ से कही जा रही है, तो आखिरकार क्यों इस तरीके की सिचुएशन पैदा हुई, आप लोग को क्या लगता है?
वो तो मेडिकल रिपोर्ट में आ ही चुका है और उसी के बेस पे FIR दर्ज हुई है। जो हम FIR पहले दर्ज करवाना चाह रहे थे वो ही एज इट इज़ FIR है, वो अब दर्ज हुई है, क्योंकि हमारी बात में कहीं कोई झूठ नहीं है, 110% सच्चाई है और जो हमने रिटर्न में पहले दे रखा है वो ही हमारी FIR।
अच्छा, उनके PA की तरफ से सुधीर सांगवान, जिनका नाम इसमें आया है, उनको गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया गया गोवा पुलिस के द्वारा। अब पहले भी क्या ऐसा कोई विवाद खड़ा हुआ? पहले लगा कि उनके PA या सोनाली जी के बीच में कोई विवाद है जिसकी वजह से बात इतनी आगे बढ़ गई है?
नहीं, ऐसा पहले में कोई फैमिली मेम्बर को ऐसा नहीं लगा ऐसा कुछ है। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता तो ये घटनाक्रम नहीं होता।
परिवार के लोगों ने कहा कि इस पोस्टमार्टम की जो विसरा है ये आप यहाँ भी कराएं और एक विसरा आप हमारे यहाँ चंडीगढ़ FSL को भी भेज दें। वो उन्होंने बात मान ली है कि वहाँ भेजेंगे, उनकी संतुष्टि परिवार के लोगों की होनी जरूरी है। तो इस में इतना ही बताना भी यानी उचित है। मैं कहता हूँ परिवार के लोग जैसा कहेंगे वैसा हम करेंगे, क्योंकि ये चीज हमने तो उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए अपना एक विषय रखना है। हमारा कोई उसमें अगर परिवार के लोग आके हमको लिख के देते तो विचार करें।
Another twist in the murder mystery of Sonali Phogat, with the Goa police now making it abundantly clear that they do suspect the element of foul play. In fact, we'll be getting in more details with the DGP Goa speaking to Republic TV, saying that both the accused will now be questioned about their proximity to Sonali Phogat and whether at all she was drugged. The confirmation now coming in that after she was brought to the hotel, she was feeling uneasy and thereafter she was taken to the hospital where she was brought dead. That's the latest now coming in. On the other side, we'll be getting in more details on the twist in the murder mystery. Ghulam Nabi Azad slams at the Congress Coterie, says new coterie of inexperienced leaders are running the party. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders a probe into the alleged irregularities in the school development project. All this and much more on the other side. These are the latest images now coming in of the two accused in the Sonali Phogat case who are now being taken for medical examination. Remember, they have been now placed under arrest by Goa police. This after preliminary investigation that was carried out by the Goa police, in which they suspect that both the accused who had accompanied Sonali Phogat could be behind this death mystery. We'll try and get in more details right now. They've been taken for the medical examination and thereafter, remember, the next 24 hours, they are supposed to be produced before the court. A short while back, IGP Goa, speaking to the media, confirmed that Sonali Phogat was actually drugged. In fact, they were waiting for the post-mortem report to come in, and also forensic examination essentially being done at this point in time to try and find out which chemical substance was administered to Sonali Phogat. Let me bring in my colleague Alisha, who's reporting from Goa. Alisha, in terms of the chemical substance that's been feared administered to Sonali Phogat, is there anything that you are picking up? We'll try and reconnect with Alisha in a short while from now. On your screens right now, latest images now coming in from Goa, where both the accused are being taken for medical examination. Remember, both of them had accompanied Sonali Phogat. The latest details that we are picking up from our sources within the Goa police is the fact that they suspect that Sonali Phogat was in fact drugged. They've identified the drug peddler is what we are being told. In fact, he too would be called in for questioning by the Goa police, and thereafter, whether at all he's going to be confronted with the two accused who was accompanying Sonali Phogat. That's the latest that we are getting in right now. We'll go across to Alisha in a short while from now. On the other side, we'll get you more details. A confirmation now coming in from Goa police that Sonali Phogat was drugged. Whether at all she was assaulted, that still remains a mystery.
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court, and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Magh massacre case, in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected.
A new twist to the murder mystery of BJP leader Sonali Phogat. Remember, earlier it was told that she had suffered a cardiac arrest. Thereafter, the family had given permission for a post-mortem to be conducted. Goa police now confirming that they do suspect that Sonali Phogat was actually drugged. In terms of the timeline that we are picking up, she was at one of the restaurants in Goa, in North Goa, which goes by the name of Curly's. And thereafter, when she reached the hotel, she was complaining of uneasiness. Question here that is being asked, that why did it perhaps take so much time for the 2 accused in this particular case to bring Sonali Phogat to the hospital? Some reports essentially suggesting that it took almost 2 hours from the time that she was to the fact that she was brought to the hospital. Goa police now confirming that they are looking into the chemical examination, the forensic analysis that would be done, and be looking into the nature of the chemical substance that's suspected to have been administered to Sonali Phogat. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue our rolling coverage on this murder mystery. Sonali Phogat being drugged. Questions now being raised whether at all she was also assaulted by the two accused.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for the up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment.
Ghulam Nabi Azad dumps Vadra Congress. A stinging letter now written by Ghulam Nabi Azad. BJP is now staging a protest in the national capital over the liquor gate, raising questions about the role of the Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. BJP has now demanded that Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia resigns in the wake of the allegations that have been levelled in the liquor gate. Senior advocate and BJP leader reacted to the special session of the Delhi Assembly. He said that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are now worried about the raids. He added that the Aam Aadmi Party has not uttered a word on the issue of liquor excise policy taking a swipe at the Aam Aadmi Party. Kohli said that Delhi people need to have straight answers from their chosen government. On the other side, Republic TV has now accessed CCTV clincher in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery case moments before she was taken to the hospital.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding
Getting in some more breaking news right now, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now proposed to bring in a confidence motion in the Delhi Assembly to prove no AAP MLA has broken away. Remember, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal levelled this allegation against the Bharatiya Janata Party, saying that they're making an attempt to give about 20 crore rupees to each of their MLAs to break away. In fact, he says that the proposal was actually given by the BJP to Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, saying that if he actually breaks away from the Aam Aadmi Party and comes to the MLA, then he would be made the Chief Minister. Remember, that's an allegation levelled by the Chief Minister. Bharatiya Janata Party, on the other side, has essentially demanded that where is the proof? Republic has now accessed CCTV footage in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery case.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case, as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28th, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28th. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Welcome back. Goa police says Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by 2 accused. Both accused now under custody. New CCTV footage emerges in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery. Suspects seen accompanying Sonali on CCTV. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in a school development project. Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadras fully rejected now. As he exits the Congress, Azad blames Rahul Gandhi. He says Rahul's childish behavior is behind the party's downfall. After Azad exit, back-to-back resignations in the Congress. 6 J&K leaders dump the Vadras. All right, Republic has now accessed the CCTV footage of slain BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat from a Goa restaurant, wherein she can be clearly seen as being escorted by one of the accused in an unconscious state. The footage, second in the last couple of hours, clearly showing that something is amiss, that there's something wrong with her. She's not able to walk, she's stumbling, and she's in fact held on by one of the accused in not very seeming situation, and other accused also can be seen in the picture. The same two accused are also seen in a dance video. All right, fresh visuals now of the two accused in police custody being taken out by the police, Goa police, after arrest. They were going to be produced before a court. This is accused number one, behind him accused number two, and the Goa police there. The cops taking the two accused out of the hotel, Sudhir and Sukhvinder. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has been briefed about the development by Goa police. Earlier we had the Goa DGP making a statement saying that the suspects have in fact admitted to spiking the drink. There is a confession, it seems. Let's go to Alisha live. She's reporting from Goa for us. Alisha, the two accused, it seems, have admitted to their crime, that they spiked the drink of Sonali Phogat, which led to her death. How does the investigation proceed from here on, Alisha?
Well, yes, Abhishek, we know that the police has already informed that during the course of interrogation, where two of the accused, one is the private assistant Sudhir Sangwan and the other is the Sukhvinder Singh. Both have confessed of giving a substantious to Sonali Phogat over her drink, after which she was feeling unconscious. For now, we have been reporting from right outside the Grand Leone Resort. So this is where Sonali Phogat has come to the same place. This is seemed to be a very private house, is what has been written in the gate, if we are showing to our viewers. So after the Curline restaurant, where three of them, where is Sonali Phogat and the two of the accused, or the two of her associate, who were partying there, and we can even see in the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic, where we can see the three of them, where Sudhir Sangwan has been carrying Sonali Phogat just because she was feeling very unconscious, and which is because the substances that was mixed in her drink, and after which she was feeling very conscious. The line of investigation where the police has been looking into is just because they found it a foul, right, where the police has been saying that rather than her to take to the hospital because she was not feeling well, she's been taken to the same place, that is to the same hotel where she was very unconscious, and the next morning when she was taken to the hospital from the same location where the doctor declared her death. So this is a line of investigation where police is investigating at this point of time, where both the accused, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhvinder Singh, will be taken to the hospital for the medical, and most likely today or by tomorrow morning they will be produced before the court, because it's very important for at this point of time to get a maximum custody of both the accused, because it's not only the limited to the Goa, but it's also the police has also been widening its investigating to the other state as well. While speaking to Republic, where DGP has confirmed that there might be a team who will go to Haryana, and because this case is something been looked not only by the people in Goa, but even the Goa Chief Minister has been briefed by the senior officials of Goa Police, and even Chief Minister has directed the police that every investigation they have to, police will have to look in every angle of the case, and also assure the assistance that will be given to the police to investigate in the case, whether they have to travel to the Goa, whether team is going to be traveling to the other state. So for that, where the Goa Chief Minister has given an assurance that every assistance will be given to the police. Yes.
Alisha, you know, the Goa DGP told you in the interview that you did that the accused took unusually long time to bring Sonali Phogat after she developed difficulties to the hospital, it seems. They took longer than usual to bring her to the hotel, in fact. Also, they have admitted to giving her drugs in her drink. From where did they get the drugs? Is the police wiser on that? And the other aspect that any angle, as the Goa Chief Minister has said, no angle should be left unexamined and uninvestigated by the police. So what else is being looked into? Is it possible that these two who are now accused in Sonali Phogat's murder were being backed or supported or helped or guided by somebody else as well?
Well, the police is investigating. The motive is something where police will investigate right after they get the custody of the accused. Moreover, talking about the substances that was mixed in the drink of Sonali Phogat by these two accused. Moreover, what has been said that the person, whether he is from Goa, is what DJP has confirmed to Republic, that whether the person who has provided the drugs to Sukhwinder or to Sudhir, whether it's from Goa or from the other state, police has been trying to in search of the same person who has provided the substances. Not only this, but the taxi driver who brought Sonali Phogat and the other two from the Kurlin restaurant to the same location where I'm been reporting from. This is where Sonali Phogat were staying here on 22nd of August when she came. But we saw her parting. She was with Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh to the Kurlin's restaurant for many time, and then later where she was feeling very unconscious. She was not feeling well because there was drug substances that was mixed in her drink, and later she was taken. Both of them have taken
Alicia.
Sonali Phogat.
Alicia, Savio Rodriguez of the BJP is joining us, an old Goa hand in fact. Savio, being an old Goa hand, please tell us what could have happened apart from what we already know in terms of these two close associates of Sonali Phogat spiking the drink as they have admitted to, and that perhaps led to the death. But it seems something is amiss. They took little unusual time to take her to the hotel, and in the CCTV footage, she is seen in a very unseeming situation. She's not able to walk. She's half clad. You think there is something amiss? You think there is a mystery which is still to unravel in this case?
To be absolutely honest, I think there is more than what meets the eye as far as this case is concerned. And what is good is that the Goa police is pursuing this case now based on the post-mortem report and going after what they consider to be the clues in the investigation. Now, many people come to Goa assuming that it's a place to party, and then, there are many activities that go wrong, and therefore it is important for us as a state to investigate this case and find out what exactly went wrong and what was the reason behind her death. Because people would like to portray Goa as a place of party and where incidents take place, but it's not always that. It's about people that you associate with who could be nefarious in nature, who have an agenda driven. That is what is important, and that's what needs to be investigated as to the reasons why she was drugged, the reasons that led to her death, and based on that is the action that the law must take as far as this case is concerned.
Savio, also this possibility that there was someone who was behind these two men is not being ruled out. It's being looked into. In fact, there is a demand from Haryana police also by the family members of Sonali Phogat that even that aspect should be looked into. You are there on the ground. You run a newspaper there. Savio, please tell us what other aspects Goa police could be looking into, though they might not be sharing it as of now.
See, right now it's too early to say because the investigation is moving in the right direction. You see, the most important thing is to understand what led to her death and why was her drink spiked. What were the causes that led to her being, in that situation? So if there were two people who are arrested right now and the police suspect that there might be an involvement of a third person, I think instead of speculating right now, we should focus on the fact that the police should be allowed to do the investigation. They picked up the right track of the investigation. there is a right amount of pressure coming from Phogat family, as well as many concerned citizens, not only in Goa, but the rest of India. So I think it's important to get to the crux of what led to her death, because it does not seem to be something that has happened naturally. There is an intent behind her death.
Yeah, it's not speculation, Savio. Thank you so much for joining us. But it's not speculation because remember, the family has said that a couple of days before she was found dead, she had indirectly mentioned it to the family that there is some problem and that her life might not be safe. Of course, that aspect has to be investigated by Goa police. Let's look at a report filed by Alicia from the ground from Anjuna police station, in fact, which is investigating the case, and then come back to Alicia, who's live.
Phogat, where Anjuna police station has added section 302 of the IPC, which is a murder case, and now the investigation which is underway. Moreover, the police has already arrested two of the accused. One is the personal assistant of Sonali Phogat, that is Sudhir Sangwan, and his friend Sukhwinder. Both have been arrested by Anjuna police station, and the entire night there was an interrogation which was ongoing, and they will be produced before the MAPSA court in some time from now to get the custody. Moreover, there are many of the statements that has already been recorded related to the case, where it was the death after the death of Sonali Phogat, where the same police station has registered unnatural death. But after the claim and the suspicious that was made before the police, the letter that was given by her family clearly making an indication. They claim that she was murdered because she was speaking to her family. Moreover, it was unconsciousness which led her to her death. But she was murdered is what claimed by her family, and they were also not even at the initial not giving a concern to conduct a post-mortem. But later, when the police has assured that they are going to register an FIR and going to add section 302 of the IPC, where the family has given a concern for the post-mortem, and even the post-mortem report has suggested that there are multiple blunt force injury over the body. So that is where the police is investigating. Two people have already been arrested. They will be produced before the court. More revelation will be made. But also the statement has recorded of a restaurant where right before her death, a night before her death, where Sonali Phogat and her associates had went to a restaurant, and the same restaurant owner has been questioned for several hours, where he even confirmed of Sonali Phogat of her presence with her associates in the restaurant. So the statement of many of the people have been recorded, and more have been summoned, including the staffs of the same restaurant where Sonali Phogat and her associates were present in the same a day before, where Sonali Phogat was brought dead to the hospital.
Right, we'll get Alicia live in a while. She has gone inside the Anjuna police station. But in Haryana, Shrishti from Republic Bharat spoke to the family of Sonali, and remember, the Phogats have maintained that there was threat to her life. Let's listen into what they had to say after her body was cremated.
ऐसा नहीं था जी, हमारी तो लास्ट नाइट बात हुई, उसी में सारा खुलासा हुआ और उसके बाद ही ये सारा घटनाक्रम हुआ।
आप क्या वहाँ से किसकी ओर से कॉल की गई थी आप लोगों को ये बताने के लिए कि ऐसा हो गया?
सुधीर सांगवान ने ही बताया था सुबह 8 बजे मेरे बड़े भाई वतन ढाका को कि यहाँ मैडम और हम पूरे फिल्म का कोई शूट है और आए हुए हैं, और उस शूट के दौरान उनकी मौत हो गई।
हार्ट अटैक वजह बताई गई थी। अच्छा, कुछ चोट के निशान शरीर पर, चेहरे पर बताए जा रहे हैं। पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में भी आया है कि कुछ चोट के निशान हैं। तो जैसा रेप के बाद में हत्या की बात लगातार परिवार की तरफ से कही जा रही है, तो आखिरकार क्यों इस तरीके की सिचुएशन पैदा हुई, आप लोग को क्या लगता है?
वो तो मेडिकल रिपोर्ट में आ ही चुका है और उसी के बेस पे FIR दर्ज हुई है। जो हम FIR पहले दर्ज करवाना चाह रहे थे वो ही एज इट इज़ FIR है, वो अब दर्ज हुई है, क्योंकि हमारी बात में कहीं कोई झूठ नहीं है, 110% सच्चाई है और जो हमने रिटर्न में पहले दे रखा है वो ही हमारी FIR।
अच्छा, उनके पीए की तरफ से सुधीर सांगवान जिनका नाम इसमें आया है उनको गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया गया गोवा पुलिस के द्वारा। अब पहले भी क्या ऐसा कोई विवाद खड़ा हुआ, पहले लगा कि उनके पीए या सोनाली जी के बीच में कोई विवाद है जिसकी वजह से बात इतनी आगे बढ़ गई है?
नहीं, ऐसा पहले में कोई फैमिली मेम्बर को ऐसा नहीं लगा ऐसा कुछ है। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता तो ये घटनाक्रम नहीं।
Since Sonali Phogat was a BJP leader from Haryana, let's also listen in to Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, given the fact that the family has been putting a lot of pressure on a parallel probe by Haryana police as well.
लोगों ने कहा कि इस पोस्टमार्टम की जो विसरा है ये आप यहाँ भी कराएं और एक विसरा आप हमारे यहाँ चंडीगढ़ FSL को भी भेज दें। वो उन्होंने बात मान ली है कि वहां भेजेंगे, उनकी संतुष्टि परिवार के लोगों की होनी जरूरी है। तो इस में इतना ही बताना भी यानी उचित है। मैं कहता हूं परिवार के लोग जैसा कहेंगे वैसा हम करेंगे, क्योंकि ये चीज हमने तो उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए अपना एक विषय रखना है। हमारा कोई उसमें अगर परिवार के लोग आके हमको लिख के देते तो क्या करें।
All right, that's Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar expressing willingness to carry out a probe by Haryana police as well, if the family so desires. Of course, that has been the demand. And back in Goa, where the action is, Alisha, in fact, has just come out of the police station, and we'll try to connect live with her. In the pictures, of course, you see Sonali Phogat at a nightclub in Goa with the two accused, both of them seen dancing with her in the video to your right. And in the middle one, it's the latest CCTV footage where you can clearly see Sonali Phogat struggling to stand even as she is escorted by one of the accused, even as the second one walks behind. And now Alisha is live with us. Alisha, you went inside the police station, you spoke to the cops. Please tell us, please bring us up to date with the investigation, what's happening, the latest on that front.
Well, Abhishek, if we talk about the line of investigation where the police is looking into the matter, because it's very important to understand the time of Sonali Phogat death. At the initially where police has registered unnatural death because it was mentioned that she died because of a cardiac arrest. But later where the complaint that was filed by the application that was given by her brother Rinku Dhaka clearly requesting police to register a case under section 302, that is a murder case, because they find it very suspicious over the death of Sonali Phogat. What has been mentioned in the letter, if I can put front before the viewers, he has mentioned that she was very well, she was fine while talking to the family, but all of a sudden right after the dinner, where she was not really feeling good, she was unconscious, and even after her death, where her laptop, her CCTV cameras is been misplacing from her farmhouse in Haryana. So this is something very suspicious, and the police should investigate into the murder case. While looking into the complaint where the police has taken into the consideration, and they added section 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case in the FIR, and they started interrogating the personal assistant, that is Sudhir Sangwan, and his friend Sukhwinder Singh, because these are the two people name that was mentioned by her brother itself, and the suspicion that was raised against these two people as well. It has also mentioned that she was mentally harassed by her PA, that is Sudhir Sangwan. So several hours of interrogation where a police has been interrogating, and it was Anjuna police where the case was registered, and several hours of interrogation where both Sukhwinder and Sudhir was questioning. And in this interrogation where Sudhir and Sukhwinder both have confessed that there was a drug substance that was given to her mixed in a drink, after which she was unconscious. Now what further, because police now looking into what is the ultimate motive of doing, because they can only do this after getting the remand. What DGP has also informed to Republic, clearly mentioning that once they get the custody, they will get to know why she's been brought to Goa, why the plan has been made to kill her, why and from whom they get those drug substances, because the police has already questioned the Curly's restaurant owner. He was questioned, his staff will be called in, and moreover the person who provide the drug substances, whether to Sukhwinder and Sudhir, will be found out by the police, whether it is in Goa or in the other state.
Thank you, Alicia. Keep track of all the developments there so far investigation is concerned. We have to move on. And top wrap of stories that are happening around the country. Yet another setback for the Grand Old Party. Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, in a letter to Congress President Sonia Gandhi, resigned from all positions of the Congress, including the primary membership of the party. Azad's resignation follows a series of exits of senior leaders from the party, including Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jaiveer Shergill, and before him Jitin Prasada, among others. The public access Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation, which revealed that all senior leaders were sidelined. They were glaring examples of immaturity and childish behavior of Rahul Gandhi, which subverted authority and decision-making over critical issues. Questioning the timing of exit, Congress's Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that no one would have known the JNK leader Azad if it were not the Gandhis. He further said that Azad's remarks against the Congress leadership were not appropriate.
आजाद साहब जैसे व्यक्ति को जो कांग्रेस ने सब कुछ दिया है, आज पहचान उनके देश में तो कांग्रेस के कारण से है, इंदिरा गांधी के कारण से है, राजीव गांधी के कारण से है, नरसिम्हा जी के कारण से हैं और सोनिया गांधी के कारण से हैं.
Reacting to Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation from the Grand Old Party, ex-Congress leader Jaiveer Shergill took a jibe at the Congress and said that the party has transformed into a kind that does not work for people. He also said that there might be many more leaders that will quit the party in the future.
Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter is the correct diagnosis of how Indian National Congress has transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PAs, security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India.
Addressing a press conference moments after senior leader from Congress Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from the party, senior leader Jairam Ramesh termed his step to resign as unfortunate.
Most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP.
Reacting to the veterans' resignation, National Conference's Farooq Abdullah added that he left the party due to internal rift. He added that the Congress must work to bring back all of its pivotal leaders.
बहुत चैलेंजेस हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं, मुल्क को चैलेंजेस हैं और मुल्क को एक स्ट्रांग ऑपोजिशन की ज़रूरत है. खुद प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी ये कहा है कि एक अपोजिशन ज़रूरी है गवर्नमेंट को कंट्रोल करने के लिए और कांग्रेस वो जमात है जो अपोजिशन दे सकती.
Reacting to the veteran Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation, BJP leader Nirmal Singh said that mass resignations are happening in the Congress. He further went on to state that the role of Congress party in J&K was irrelevant.
कश्मीर में कांग्रेस का रोल लगभग समाप्त हो गया है, कांग्रेस रेलेवेंट हो गई है. जिस प्रकार से जो है वहाँ पर जो सो कॉल्ड मेन स्ट्रीम पार्टीज थी, कहती तो अपने आप को मेन स्ट्रीम थी, लेकिन करती थी वो सेपरेट अलगाववादी एजेंडे पर काम करती थी. और कांग्रेस जो बिल्कुल त्रिशंकु, ना इधर की ना उधर की, वो भी लोगों को गुमराह करने में कामयाब रहती थी. और यही कारण था कि उन्होंने यहाँ पर कई वर्षों तक यहाँ पर राज किया. आज उनका रेलेवेंस खत्म हो गया है.
BJP leader Kuldeep Bishnoi reaction on Ghulam Nabi Azad's decision to quit the party. Reacting, he said that now the Congress is finished. He suggested Rahul Gandhi to keep his ego aside. The BJP leader also invited Ghulam Nabi Azad to join the Saffron party.
देखिए, ये मानसिकता गलत है। मैं राहुल जी को मेरा सुझाव है कि इस तरीके की मानसिकता बदलनी चाहिए, ईगो छोड़नी चाहिए। और क्योंकि नेताओं से पार्टी होती, पार्टी से नेता नहीं होते हैं। और चाहे वो कार्यकर्ता और नेता है जो पार्टी को बनाते हैं, अगर कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं को इस तरीके से कहेंगे, अपमान करके चाहता है जाए, तो उस पार्टी का कोई भविष्य नहीं।
It's a massive blow for Congress. BJP leader Kavinder Gupta said that the grand old party of India is on the verge of decline. He cited the dynastic politics being the reason of its downfall.
G23 सम्मेलन जो कांग्रेस के नेताओं का जम्मू कश्मीर में हुआ था, तभी से ये आग सुलग रही थी। और कांग्रेस का जिस प्रकार से पूरे हिंदुस्तान में समाप्ति होती जा रही है, तो उन लोगों ने इस चीज़ की एक इशारा दिया था। लेकिन परिवारवाद से ग्रस्त लोग इस चीज को नहीं समझे।
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, while addressing the media in Guwahati, said that he had mentioned the same points as Ghulam Nabi Azad when he left the Congress in 2015. Taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi, the Assam Chief Minister said that Rahul Gandhi is an asset for the BJP.
If you read the Ghulam Nabi Azad letter and the letter I wrote in 2015, you will get lot of similarity. The problem is in the Congress party is that everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is an immature, whimsical and unpredictable leader.
A short break. On the other side, fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in school development project. Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadras fully rejected now.
Faced any calamity in life. This arduous journey finally brought me to Delhi. This long journey marked by many experiences, most of which are sour rather than sweet.
5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Muradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Muradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadi Mug massacre case, in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected the plea of the J&K prosecution wing, in which it was said that the case be moved to a safer location or some free trial with the fresh trial be inducted in the case, as the witness fear while going to depose their statement in the Shopian where the case was originally registered and the trial was going on. Now the High Court has recalled its decision of 2014 and the next date of hearing has...
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
Top headlines at 5:30 p.m. Viewers, Goa police say Sonali Phogat's drink was spiked by 2 accused. Both accused now arrested. New CCTV footage emerges in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery. Suspects seen accompanying Sonali on CCTV. Fresh trouble for the Delhi government. Delhi LG orders probe into alleged irregularities in the school development project. CBC report raises big questions on alleged corruption and malpractice. Can the Aam Aadmi Party government deflect the latest charges? Another big exit as Ghulam Nabi Azad walks out of the Congress party. Vadras fully rejected now. After Azad exit, back-to-back resignations in Congress, 6 Jammu and Kashmir leaders dumped the Vadras. Viewers, Republic has accessed the CCTV footage of slain BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat, and that is a big story. And this CCTV footage is coming from Goa restaurant where she can clearly be seen in an unconscious state. It's exclusive lead on Sonali murder mystery. That's a big news we're getting for you at this point of time. Now, Anjuna police has revealed certain exclusive details as well. Let's tell you what they are. The chemical analysis is on. The chemical analysis is being conducted, which reveal whether the death is due to the consumption of drug, chemical or poison. Drug, chemical or poison. Remember that earlier we told you that even the suspects had said that some kind of obnoxious chemical was given to her, but right now the chemical analysis is on. And the forensic science laboratory has gone ahead for this chemical analysis. They are getting this chemical analysis done. That's a big lead that we have got on the Sonali murder mystery. The blood injury marks on the hands and legs. Remember, that's what the post-mortem report had said, and claims have been made that the injuries were when she was being lifted and taken to the hospitals. We're getting some leads right now in the Sonali Phogat murder mystery. The chemical analysis is happening, is being conducted. So right now, this is all about understanding whether the death is due to consumption of a drug or a chemical or a poison. Big leads coming here on Republic TV. In fact, the two accused have also been arrested. It's a key development in the sudden demise of BJP leader Sonali Phogat. The two accused in the case